I'm going to ask Commissioner Neighbors to have our prayer.
Dear Lord, thank you so much for bringing us here today and allowing us to conduct the town's business. And please be with us as we go through these decisions, and let us be open and fair and do what's best for the citizens. Thank you so much for all your many blessings and all you continue to do for us and the ways that you continue to look after us. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Let's stand and pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Be seated. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented with an addition to adding under 9, new business would be number 4, enterprise, and Kim will be handling that.
Mayor, before we do that, I had asked for, and hold your horses, Commissioner Neighbors and Chandler.
Hey,
I
had,
asked this to be put off the record. I talked to the manager, and she's answered some questions that I had. So I am willing to go on and put this, to pass this now. I will be monitoring what she said. And the only reason that I was holding this up was because I wanted to be fair to the new manager, whoever it was coming in. And if I didn't want him to be in a set situation where he had to hire or have someone that he really didn't need to do. So she has assured me, because I knew the money was there in the budget to do what was supposed to have been done. But she has assured me that that has been taken care of, and that part she just needs for the budget pay.
So I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda with the addition.
And I make the motion.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion to approve the one item of the meeting minutes.
I made a motion.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. I'll introduce Kimberly Pickett to introduce a new hire.
Yeah, so we have Saida Campo and Brenda Arroyo. Come on up, you guys. So these are our new hires for the police department. Said came to us in December, and he went through BLET through Benson. And Brenda comes to us with 2 years of experience from the Fayetteville, and she is also a captain in the Army Reserves. Correct. Yep. And so they are going to get sworn in tonight.
Okay. Come up this way a little bit and turn around. She's going to swear you in. Get closer together.
authorities which are or may be established for the government thereof, that I will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution of said state, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States, that I will be alert and vigilant to enforce the criminal laws of this state, that I will not be influenced in any manner on account of personal bias or prejudice, and that I will faithfully and impartially execute the duties of my office as a law enforcement officer according to the best of my skill, abilities, and judgment. So help me God.
So help me God.
All right, congratulations. And I just need you to sign here, Saeed. And then I'll put your copy. Did you want to say anything? Okay, you're good. All right, Brenda, it's your turn. Okay. government thereof, that I will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution of said state, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States, that I will be alert and vigilant to enforce the criminal laws of this state, that I will not be influenced in any manner on account of personal bias or prejudice, and that I will faithfully and impartially execute the duties of my office as a law enforcement officer according to the best of my skill, abilities, and judgment. So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations. I just need you to sign here.
You can say a word if you want to.
Yeah. Science, and he said, hey, you're good. You don't. Brenda, do you want to say something?
I'm excited to work with you all, and thank you for allowing me to work here with you.
Good to have you. Welcome.
Congratulations.
Welcome to be.
Chief, does that fill up the police department?
We have one vacancy left, and we're in the final stage of the background investigation for that.
We have a big celebration when you get that last. Introduce another new hire.
So Mark Denning, he's not here tonight, but he has rejoined us in the electric department. So if y'all see him, welcome him back.
Loretta, do you have anything to say?
Yes, sir. This is a surprise for y'all tonight. The Chamber of Commerce does a Business of the Week award to our members. And next week, July 18th through the 22nd, the town of Benson is our Business of the Week. So I'd like to get a quick photograph.
Kim?
Yeah.
Kim.
Or y'all.
Kim.
So,
Somebody come up here with me. Andy, you come up.
oh,
Mayor, somebody.
Come up there, man.
Come on. Don't make me do it by myself.
You're the boss.
I don't get in these. I don't get in these. Okay.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
And the chamber really appreciates all the hard work that the town staff does for us, and they had their employee appreciation on July 1st, and we gave them a little treat, so just to let them know how much we appreciate them. Thank you.
Individuals wishing to address the board are asked to provide their name and address for the record. Anyone that wants to speak, come forward. Anyone wants to speak before the board, come forward. No one coming forward. We're now going into the public hearing. This is case RZ 2022-06.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. It's good to see you all this evening. I will present my staff report for the,
That is
05, I'm sorry,
Right.
05.
Okay.
right, 05, rezoning cases, 05. Thank you. I'll present my staff report for the rezoning request. We have an applicant, Ethel Sorto, that has petitioned to amend the zoning map for a 1 acre parcel located within the corporate limits of the town of Benson on 915, 917 East Main Street. The applicant would like to rezone the property from B2 neighborhood business to B3 highway business. Property owners are Rosa Valle and Rodolfo Bautista. And currently, the uses on the property include vehicle sales. There's a gas store with convenience that sells food and items. And so currently the vehicle sales is a non-conforming use in that district. B2 neighborhood business does not allow that. So after a conversation with the applicant, I advised her that if she would like to do any further vehicle sales and to be in compliance with our development ordinance as well as our future land use plan, that it would be prudent to attempt to rezone the parcel. In that area, you can see on the screen there that that's the site there. So it's going just out of town on East Main Street or NC Highway 50 South. Surrounding uses in that area include commercial uses. You do have a parcel with a single family home on the parcel, but it is zoned commercial. You have vehicle service right next door with Woods Tire. You have the gas station and a restaurant right in the area. Across East Main Street, you do have some single family residential, but predominantly, and you'll see on the map here, the zoning district in that area really comprises commercial uses. This request is a general rezoning, and so we're looking at all of the uses that would comprise that zoning district and not one particular use. As I stated, that they do currently have a legal non-conforming use of vehicle sales on the site. Reviewing the future land use map, the future land use map identifies that area as suitable for commercial. Our comprehensive land use plan supports this request as well, encourages economic development, growth, new businesses that are suitable for outside of the downtown district, as well as to rezone properties that may have a better suited zoning district for that area. And so that accomplishes those goals and actions within our comprehensive land use plan. Some of the uses that are currently allowed within the B3 Highway Commercial District include child care facilities, 9 or greater, a nursing home, technical trade school, office, retail. It also allows for vehicle sales, vehicle repair, vehicle service. This district is geared towards to serve a larger population within the town versus neighborhood business is suited for lower intensity commercial uses that would predominantly serve the adjacent residential neighborhoods. This being a major thoroughfare into the town, staff believes that B3 would be well suited for this area. This request was reviewed by the planning board last week, and they also recommended approval upon review of the request. There are several criteria for a rezoning request: the consistency with adopted plans and policies, suitability for the subject property for uses permitted versus the current district. Does the use tend to improve the balance of uses or meets a specific demand? The capacity of adequate public facilities. Legal purposes for zoning have not been contravened. That there are no adverse effects to adjoining property owners unless it can be justified for the general welfare, public good, and that no small group of property owners will materially benefit from this request. And so upon my analysis and the review of the planning board's review, we agree that it does meet those criteria and that it recommend approval. This is a legislative hearing, so no evidence needs to be submitted into the record. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition or in favor of the request, if you open the floor for them, they would just need to state their name and address for the record. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners have any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
I now will recognize anyone that wants to come forward and speak in favor of this rezoning. Does anyone want to come forward and vote opposed to this rezoning? While no one came, I'll entertain a motion from the board. If we meet these 7 criteria,
Yes. And you just would like to reflect in your motion, you can use this sample statement that it is consistent with the adopted goals and policies of the town. It is reasonable in the public interest, hereby granting approval. Just want to reflect that consistency statement in your motion.
I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Commissioners adopts a statement of consistency and finds and determines that case number RZ 2022-05 is consistent with the adopted goals, objectives, and policies of the town of Benson, is reasonable, and in the public interest, hereby granting approval.
all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. It's approved. We're now going into the public hearing. We'll open the public hearing on SD 2022-02.
Before she says anything you do, let me go ahead and open up real quick, just to remind everybody, so unlike what we just did, which was purely legislative, this is quasi-judicial. So this is the, like we've done a lot of these here recently, I've asked everybody's getting pretty good at this now at this point. This is want to be the ones that's kind of like court, all right, where there's going to be parties. I think at least one or some of them may have attorneys. Parties need to be sworn in, and you have to base your decision on the application on competent material and substantial evidence in the record, and that is what you've heard tonight, right? What is presented to you in this hearing. One note for everybody in the room's benefit on standing: if you are intending, other than the applicant who has standing because their application, if you are intending to be sworn and provide evidence and cross-examine witnesses, the first thing we're going to have to do is get into the to substantiate whether or not you have standing as a party in this case. So we're going to have to do that preliminarily before, and there will be a ruling on your standing. That can get a little bit confusing for people, so don't take any offense when it's usually me having to ask a lot of questions, but that's just to determine as a matter of law whether or not you have standing as a party in the case, other than the applicant who has standing. If there's any questions at any point, y'all let me know. One thing we need to do preliminarily is call for the board to disclose any ex parte communications. Ex parte communications are communications that any of the members of the board have had with any party to this case, any discussions that you've had about this case, this application whatsoever, outside of this meeting room tonight that you're about to hear. Those are outside statements that need to be disclosed. Also, if there's any bias, any conflicts of interest that the board may have, any reason why you cannot sit as a fair and impartial and objective decision maker for the application tonight. Are there any such matters that the board needs to disclose, any member needs to disclose? Okay. And yes, Aaron needs, everybody who is going to testify, other than legal counsel, need to be sworn in.
Swear in Aaron, Andrew.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You're good.
Aaron Joseph, 303 East Church Street, Benson, North Carolina. I will present my staff report. This request is a preliminary plat, major subdivision within the corporate limits of the town of Benson. This is the Boardwalk Subdivision. It is located, it's roughly 11 acres. The applicant, Jatwit LLC, would like to subdivide this parcel into 25 lots for single-family detached homes. The location of the site, again, it's in the Boardwalk Subdivision. You can see highlighted in red those 11 acres, the backside of the existing Phase 1 and Phase 2 of Boardwalk Subdivision. It's about 0.4 miles from the intersection of North Lincoln Street and NC Highway 50 North. You have the Benson Middle School, Elementary School that's just northwest of the site. Predominant uses within that area are single-family homes, residential uses. And currently the site is vacant and unimproved. The zoning for the site is residential, single-family residential, R11. That's our medium density district, roughly 4 units per acre. And the surrounding uses in the area and zoning is predominantly all, you'll see that on the screen, the current zoning is R11 in that area. Future land use map identifies this area as suitable for medium density residential. That is exactly what the applicant has provided in the preliminary plat. They will be seeking an open space subdivision versus a conventional, which allows for a little more density. The minimum square footage or area for the lot is still 11,000, but the lot widths are a little less than the conventional standard in the R11 district, and they must provide 12.5% of the total net development towards open space. This is the preliminary plat. Just a few, point out a few things for you. 25 lots is what the applicant is requesting. If this is approved, it would add a total of 75 lots to Phase 1 and Phase 2. So they have provided 2 access points. One is a stub street. You'll see at the top of the screen there, that's the stub street. And then that one access point coming in off of Boardwalk Avenue. The open space, they're providing 2.58 acres of open space. Within that provided open space, 25% of that must be improved with some type of recreational, whether active or passive recreational facility. And so you'll see that's predominantly where the open space has been provided. They have provided a street name for your consideration. St. Charles Place is the proposed name for the site. And this preliminary plat will be served by the town of Benson's utilities and also electric, so water, sewer, and electric would be provided by the town. Those departments have reviewed the plans. It has been sent to Johnston County for preliminary comments regarding stormwater and erosion control. There are some wet areas in the site, as well as a blue line stream that traverses. You can see that blue line stream that has been provided on the preliminary plat. So there will be some additional permits from the state. The Army Corps of Engineers 401, 404 permits would need to be obtained to cross that blue line stream, and some buffering, additional buffering there. That's all I have for my information. I would like to request that my staff report and the application packet may be submitted into the record as evidence. We could have a motion to submit that as evidence.
I'll entertain a motion to submit.
Make a motion, we submit the report as.
Into to the minutes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Thank you. And as Ike stated, this is an evidentiary hearing. All testimony this evening will be based upon relevant, competent material, testimony, and evidence. The standards for preliminary plat approval is based upon these 4 findings of fact: consistency with adopted plans and policies of the town. The subdivision meets all required specifications of this chapter. That's 156. The subdivision will not be detrimental to the uses or orderly development of other properties in the surrounding area. Will not violate the character of existing standards for development. The subdivision design will provide for the distribution of traffic in a manner that will avoid or mitigate congestion within the immediate area. Will provide for the unified and orderly use or extension of public infrastructure, and will not materially endanger the environment, public health, safety, or the general welfare. And so as you get to that point this evening, you'll want to keep those findings in mind, and we've asked before in prior hearings that you deliberate each finding, vote on those, and then make one motion whether to approve or not based upon the evidence and the findings of fact. I failed to mention that the applicant did conduct a neighborhood meeting, and you have that in your records as well. And they have also provided a traffic impact study. It was not required. They were below the threshold that calls for a traffic impact analysis in our development ordinance, but they went ahead and provided one for you as well, so I'll let them speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go into the applicant's testimony, and during that time, no questions shall be asked by the town commissioners to the people speaking. Come forward.
Can I just say that we can cross-examine? Did I understand that as part of the speech?
You can. Mr. Murphy, one thing the first thing we'll have to do is establish a standing, and then as a party, you can cross-examine witnesses.
I'll stipulate that he has standing.
Very good.
I'd like to, first of all, cross-examine the town employee.
Well, first thing is, he's.
I'd like to examine her first. She testified.
She did, but he gets to put his case on first, and then you can ask her questions. You can ask her questions, and you'll have an opportunity.
Cross her after.
You can cross her, or you can call her back when it's your time to put your case in.
I can see it's my 2 fellow younger attorneys.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, commissioners, good evening. My name is Tillman Pope. I'm an attorney in Dunn, 403 West Broad Street. I represent Whittington Builders Enterprises, the applicant, and Japwet LLC, the property owner. Mr. Parker has done a very good job describing the nature of this proceeding this evening, so I won't go back into all of that other than just to reiterate that the only thing you are supposed to be considering is the evidence and testimony that is competent testimony that is presented before you this evening. This is merely an application to approve a preliminary plat. My client has not asked for any waivers from the standards set forth in your UDO, and the proposed development will be constructed if approved in compliance with all of the terms and conditions set forth in your UDO, including sidewalks, curb and gutter, and everything else. So the only issues before you this evening are the 4 findings of fact that Ms. Joseph has up on the PowerPoint at this time. As she has already indicated, that it's staff's recommendation for approval, and also your planning board unanimously recommended approval that all those criteria had been established. So we will present a few witnesses with some testimony and some evidence. And then, Mr. Mayor, at the conclusion of all the evidence, I would ask for a brief closing statement. At this time, we'll call our first witness, which will be Ms. Joseph. Mr. Mayor, if it's okay, I'm going to bring a chair where I can see the witness. That's acceptable. Ms. Joseph, will you state your name for the record, please?
Aaron Joseph.
And could you provide the board with a brief background of your education, training, and work experience?
Yes, sir. I have a master's of urban and regional planning obtained in 2012 from Virginia Commonwealth University. I've been with the town of Benson since 2015. I've been the planning director since 2018. I am a certified zoning official in the state of North Carolina as of 2020.
Mr. Mayor, at this time, I would tender Ms. Joseph as an expert in land use and zoning and planning.
Is there any other party that would contend to have standing as a party, either for or against? I would imagine the applicant would be the only one for, but is there any party against that would contend they would have standing as a party and would like to cross-examine witnesses? It's different than just wanting to address the board, which you can do at the appropriate time. But if you have standing as a party, you can actually cross-examine witnesses. Is there anyone else in the room who makes that contention? Okay.
I'm sorry, I think there's an objection to her qualification as an expert.
No, George did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought I heard a
No,
objection.
he's good.
Flashbacks to the court. Flashbacks to the court. Ms. Joseph, you have previously testified in your presentation to the board as relative to your staff report. I want to dig just a little bit deeper into part of your review and overall review by other parties with the town of Benson or other governmental agencies. Can you describe for the board what the technical review process is?
Yes, so once we receive the application along with the plans, I disseminate those plans out to the respective departments. In this situation, it was Town of Benson, utilities, electric, water, sewer, wastewater treatment. Also, I've sent it to NCDOT just as a standard, to Johnson County sedimentation and erosion control, and to the fire department, and also to Johnson County Public Schools. All that's per the Unified Development Ordinance. And so I receive feedback. They typically, if it's a Johnston County agency, they will submit, or NCDOT, they will submit a comments back via email. When it's within our department, such as utilities and fire, we sit down at the table together and we go through the preliminary plat together and review it together. And then I compile any information, any comments from that, and send it to the applicant.
Okay. And from the comments that you received from any agency, did the applicant make changes or address those comments in developing the proposed preliminary plat?
Yes.
And can you just give the board some general idea of what some of those were?
They were from the fire department. So the fire inspector-in-chief would wanted to see different locations for the hydrants, to move them in a better location. Also to add a hydrant, I believe they added one hydrant, and also to ensure that the width of the road was the width that it needed to be. So they made that that correction as well. It wasn't really from the technical review, but from the fire department's comments, but they did reduce the lot number of lots from 26 to 25.
And based on those comments and feedback that you shared with the applicant, And the preliminary plat that's before the board this evening, were all of those issues addressed in this proposed preliminary plat?
Yes.
And you already touched on this, but I just want to make sure that the record is clear, because the total subdivision, inclusive of phases 1 and phase 2, which have been built in existence for 20 years, is below 100 lots, a traffic impact analysis was not required.
That's correct.
But in this particular case, the applicant had one conducted.
Yes.
And did the traffic engineer, who'll testify later, work with you and your office to ensure that whatever issues that should be considered were considered in that traffic impact analysis?
Yes.
And per the terms of the Benson Unified Development Ordinance, because the total subdivision inclusive of phases 1 and phases 2, which have already been built, total 75 lots, it only requires the one entrance, is that correct?
One.
Other than the stub out.
That's correct.
Okay. So the proposed preliminary plat complies with the Benson Unified Development Ordinance with respect to that criteria.
Yes, with multiple access, yes, points, yes.
And I'm not going to read all of these in the interest of the board's time, but you have up here on the screen the 4 criteria that are required to be established in order for there to be approval for the preliminary plat. Is that correct?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge, training, education, and experience, do you have an opinion as to whether or not all 4 of those criteria have been satisfied?
Yes, I believe that, in my opinion, it has been.
That's all the questions I have for Ms. Joseph, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Murphy's opportunity to cross.
Mr. Mayor, for the record, my name is George Murphy. I live at 9 Park Place, Benson.
One second, George, you're here on, as a party withstanding. We need you to be sworn before you testify.
Go ahead. Cross-examine first.
Well, as long as you don't testify. At some point, you're gonna talk, so you might as well get it out of the way.
At some point, yeah.
Okay. So you just, raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, and then just state your name and address again.
For the record, my name is George Murphy. I live at 9 Park Place, Benson, and I am an adjacent property owner. And with all due respect to the town, I do have spinal stenosis, so it's better for me to sit, and I ask your indulgence to be able to do that. Ma'am, if I may ask a couple of questions. Have you ever walked on this property?
No.
Have you ever gone out and looked at it?
I've been in the subdivision. I haven't been on the property, though.
Which subdivision have you been in? The phase 1 or this new phase?
Not in this phase, because it's undeveloped, but
So no one has gone and actually looked at this property to find out what it looks like, whether it's wetland or et cetera, et cetera?
I haven't walked on the property, no.
And are you familiar with the flooding problem that arises down there on Park Place? And I don't know if Mr. Anthony Caruso is here. Are you familiar with the flooding that we have on Park Place?
No, I'm not.
Do you not know that since phase 1, and we were told at a hearing such as this, that there would be no stormwater drainage that would affect us, that Park Place has been consistently flooded to the extent that vehicles it's unsafe for them to go through the water? You know, have any knowledge of that?
Only what was stated at the planning board meeting, but I have no prior knowledge of phase 1 or phase 2 and any problem, stormwater issues that were presented.
And I understand that this is preliminary, but at some point, does the ordinance address, you're an expert, doesn't the ordinance address flooding?
It does. We do have a floodplain ordinance. Are you referring to floodplain or stormwater?
Either one. There's a floodplain out there. It shows it on the survey, right?
It shows the wetlands, but based upon the 2018 floodplain map that we look at, it didn't show that it was in the floodplain.
Well, do you know why the plat shows that it's in floodplain as stated on the plat?
I see that it's stated on the plat, but when I look on GIS where it has the most recent FEMA floodplain map, it does not show that the parcel is within any floodplain, so I imagine that that may be wetlands back there. As noted, there is a blue line stream, and that's why the stormwater engineer placed in her comments that a 401, 404 permits, buffer calls are required from the Army Corps of Engineers because of those wet conditions and that blue line stream.
Are you aware the GIS office in Smithfield still shows that this is a floodplain?
When I looked on the GIS and the layer that includes the 2018 floodplain map, it did not show that parcel had any floodplains within it.
Well, this survey that was done relies on the 2006 FEMA maps for floodplains, right?
I looked at the 2018.
Let me listen to my question, if you would, please. This map, as stated by the surveyor, relies on the 2006 FEMA floodplain map. Is that right?
Right.
And for the record, you know that Johnson County updated all their wetlands or tried to do the water problems in 2018 is what you're referring to.
Yes, I'm referring to the floodplain map that's the most recent, 2018.
But that's the most recent one that Johnson County has.
Right.
And that would take priority or take precedence over the 2006 maps, wouldn't it?
Right, and the 2018 map doesn't show a floodplain on there. When you put that layer on there, it doesn't show that it's in the floodplain.
So then the denomination that this is in floodplain X is an error.
It could be. I mean, the
Yes or no?
I don't know if it's an error or not. I'm going based off of when I review the plat, what my research on it showed, and it did not show that it was according to the 2018 map, it was not in a floodplain.
But you are not aware, and have not, in your investigation, came across the problem of the flooding of Park Place?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of that, or were you aware of that at all?
Only from the testimony that was given at the planning board meeting, but I don't, I've never spoken to anyone about any flooding in that area, or it's never come across my desk in my time as a planning director working with the town about any flooding concerns on Park Avenue or in that subdivision. I can't speak to that.
And for the record, I raised these concerns at the planning board meeting, did I not?
Yes, you did.
All right. Are you familiar with Colonel Glenn Sutton? Did you ever know Colonel Sutton, who lived next to me?
No, I did not know him.
And did you know that because of the problems we had on Park Place, that he prevailed upon the state to put another culvert on the Park Place?
No.
To try and alleviate some of the problem we got?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. And I take it you've done this mostly from books, I mean, from regulations, reading, and no on-site eyeballing.
No, I've never walked the site to determine any wet conditions.
Let me ask you something else, if I may. The map on here that you had, I'm not good at that, but there's a green line for open space. Can you pull it up, please?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that open space is impossible to build on because it's wetland, isn't it?
Yes, there are wet conditions there.
And that,
There are wet, according to the plat, there are wet conditions. There's a blue line stream that traverses there.
has anybody looked to see the wetlands outline or the statutes or ordinances about wetlands? To find out if this falls within the criteria of that property and those prohibitions against wetlands?
That's what the 401, 404 state buffer calls from the Army Corps of Engineers would look at that. And so we wouldn't issue any permits based off of any wetlands, if that's what you're referring. If you're referring to the open space in the Unified Development Ordinance.
I'm referring to the green spot, the green up there, which is open and goes down to that retention pond, because that's where all the water flows.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you said 4441, and I'm a novice at this. I'm more used to another courtroom than this. does this have to be submitted to the Army Corps of Engineers to be passed?
Yes, they must submit, as part of their stormwater permit through Johnston County, they must be issued a permit from the Army Corps of Engineers, and that will specify what they can and cannot. They would look at these plans, these construction drawings, and so that would be issued at that time
And
for
is
the
that,
review.
and for my edification, has that 401 or 404 been submitted to the Army Corps of Engineers?
Not at this stage.
When will it be submitted?
If the preliminary plat is approved, the applicant would then go into the stage of permitting, and that's when they would submit drawings to the different agencies, the state, Johnston County, erosion, stormwater. They need to have their buffer calls first as a part of their stormwater application. They would need to go through that process. Any expansions of water and wastewater, all of that would take place after preliminary plat approval, and they would review their construction drawings, and that would be submitted to those different departments. But first, this has to take place before that can happen.
Well, are you of the opinion that if this matter was continued for 60 days or somewhere along those lines, that we could get a hydrologist or some expert to testify about the damage from the flooding from this area? You think that would be necessary or helpful in making a decision?
I don't know. I don't know if it would or not. I mean, we haven't heard any other testimony this evening, so it would be hard to say that would be necessary or not.
Well, I will testify of this. The flooding's been going on. I've been living out there for 36 years. And I will testify for the last 20 years we've had a serious problem on Park Place. Now, on the basis of that, do you think it would be sufficient to ask the board to continue this matter till we can get a hydrologist or someone in here to testify as to the problem we have?
It would be my opinion that if the board does not have sufficient evidence this evening to make a decision on this preliminary plat, that it would be wise to maybe get additional information if they feel that they cannot make a determination based upon the evidence that's presented tonight in testimony.
I thank you for that. But my question is, I'm not asking for approval or disapproval. I'm just saying continuance so we can address these issues. Do you have any problem with that?
I don't have a problem with it if the board cannot, as decision makers, if they have serious doubt that any of these findings are not met and they would like to have additional information submitted, I think that is within their powers, and that that they should exercise all of their powers to the best of their ability and an opportunity. If it's necessary, I think they should do that. If they feel that they can make a decision with the evidence based on this evidentiary hearing, then they should proceed as they see fit.
Let me rephrase that. The evidence being that Park Place is constantly flooded, the evidence being that Mr. Caruso's house, formerly owned by Colonel Sutton, is continually flooded to the point that it looks like an island. Would you consider that detrimental to an adjoining property owner?
I'm not an expert or an engineer on stormwater, but from my time here with Benson, I know that through stormwater permitting, that they cannot increase stormwater runoff of a development more than what is already there. And so if there are measures that are taken to mitigate stormwater runoff for this development, whether it is already an existing problem on Park Avenue, Park Place, that may not, be, it may not be a consideration that for this development, because the stormwater permit will be put in place to mitigate any stormwater runoff into adjacent properties from this development. I can't speak to what's already existing there, but they certainly, under their permit, have limits and have to have stormwater control measures so that they do not have stormwater runoff greater than what's already there, and certainly not onto adjacent property owners.
You weren't employed when this first phase of this boardwalk was implemented.
No, sir.
And the Benson land use, I'm not quoting the law correctly because I'm just getting into it. The land use, if this is stormwater problems and if it's in a floodplain, it will be addressed by the Benson ordinance, right?
Yes, well, right now, our stormwater permitting for construction is handled through Johnston County, so they will go through that permitting process. Right now, we're in a memorandum of agreement with Johnston County to permit stormwater permits in town of Benson.
You've not received it. I've talked with the people in Smithfield, and you haven't, that petition or request has not been filed, and there's been no response from them at this time. Right?
To my knowledge, they have not submitted a stormwater permit. Typically at this stage, the engineers have not submitted any construction drawings for permit. This is the first stage of the development process at this level, is to seek approval for the subdivision. If it is approved, then they will work towards submitting permits to the county for stormwater and erosion control.
And a review of the comprehensive land use plan adopted by the town of Benson on March 9th, 2010, and Title 15, Chapter 151 of the town of Benson ordinances does denote the various floodplain zones. Is that right?
Yes, I haven't looked at the exactly what you're referencing, but we do make reference in our ordinance to any existing floodplains, and by map we should at least by reference. But we have updated our comprehensive land use plan last year, so that one is not the most recent comprehensive land use plan. We adopted one in November of 2021.
But the floodplains and all are still in that newly adopted ordinance. How they're to be treated, and is that right?
To my knowledge, I don't believe that the new comprehensive land use plan went into the depths that the one that was adopted in 2020, or excuse me, 2010. It did not go into the same depths as far as environmental concerns as the one that was adopted into 2021. And so the 2020 comprehensive land use plan, through its funding, it had a greater look at impaired streams and environmental floodplains and that sort of thing. So there may be a little bit of difference in the 2020 comprehensive land use plan versus the 2021 comprehensive land use plan in that relation.
And you would agree that if these problems exist, flooding and all, and floodplains and floodways, that if they do exist, that this matter should be given a lot of thought, a lot of research?
I'm not sure how to answer that. If there's flooding, yes, we do have a floodplain ordinance, local ordinance, and so if anytime any building is ever submitted to build in a floodplain, they have to go through additional. But that's only if they are constructing within that floodplain. And so we do have an ordinance that governs that. It certainly, if that was the case, it would need to adhere to that ordinance. From my review of this, I don't believe that there are any structures that are proposed to be constructed in a floodplain according to the 2018 map. Again, it will need to go through the Army Corps of Engineers as well as Johnston County for stormwater review. And those mechanisms and those review processes will look at the details of that specifically and put in conditions that need to be met against their regulations and standards.
You're really asking her to make statements on things that she is not knowledgeable with. And I think it,
I testified at the preliminary, before the planning board about this. And I don't think anybody can impeach me that we have a problem out there about flooding. It's been that way for over 20 years. Now, that's a fact. And I just want to make sure that that problem is addressed. And I'll move on to something else.
Okay.
All right, let me ask you this. About 2 or 3 more questions, I'll quit. One is, when this permit or this plat was first presented, there were 26 houses on it.
26 lots.
26 lots, excuse me. Excuse me. And the reason it was withdrawn, I heard, was because of the fire chief or the fire department or emergency people putting in input. But also is if it's 26 lots prevailed, there has to be another way into this subdivision by ordinance.
That's correct. If it was the aggregate total of that subdivision would have placed the total number of lots in Boardwalk subdivision at 76. That once you anything greater than 75 places the multiple access points as 2, and 1 cannot be a substreet. That's correct. So within the technical review that came out, and the applicant
Withdrew it.
yes, and reduced a lot.
Are you aware that when first phase of Boardwalk 1 was implemented, that they attempted to buy an easement across Bobby and Judy Kennedy's land?
Relevance was going a little off kilter here. The applicant's attorney, Mr. Popes, made an objection about the relevance of this question as to whether or not it's germane to the subject matter of this application and the approval of the subdivision. Right. So the board, remember, as we've been in these meetings before, you're like a panel of judges. It's up to you to determine whether or not that's a valid objection. Right? So I don't want to lean one way or the other on this. It's not for me to decide, it's for you to decide. But Mr. Murphy's question is about an easement.
Let me restate my question.
He could explain his question more, or the board could
Let me rephrase my question. Are you aware that when phase 1 of Boardwalk subdivision was implemented, and of course you weren't here, but have you looked at any details, that they were not able to build and develop the property we're talking about now because?
The lack of foundation, there's nothing been established there. This was 20 years ago. You didn't have a UDO at that time. There's been no testimony or evidence that a prior owner of the property couldn't develop it.
Let me rephrase this then. Are you aware that at the time that preliminary plat was submitted to the town of Benson, it was required there'd be a secondary way to go into that property, or they couldn't
There's been
build
no
it?
foundation for that. If there's some evidence and testimony to that, then it can come before the board, but I haven't heard any. This is a question of Ms. Joseph.
Well, and Mr. Murphy's a party, you can testify or call another witness, but we're at this point, you're still cross-examining Ms. Joseph, so, it's something.
I think I've asked enough questions. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
Ms. Joseph, I just have like one or two redirects. I think you've adequately kind of explained this to the board, but I want to make sure that they understand that the
the things that Mr. Murphy has been questioning you about, well, let me back up, strike that. If this board grants preliminary plat approval this evening, that doesn't guarantee the property owner the right to develop the property, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what Mr. Murphy's been asking you about are development issues and permit issues related to stormwater, drainage, and a variety of other things, correct?
Correct.
And those are applications that the property owner will have to make to other governmental agencies that have expertise and training in those specific areas to determine whether or not their requirements are met. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if their requirements are not met, one of which is that this development cannot increase stormwater runoff to any adjacent properties, they will not obtain that permit, correct?
That's
And
correct.
if they don't get that permit, they can't build anything out there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if this board determines that the criteria in their UDO are established and approves this preliminary plat approval, that doesn't guarantee development of this property, correct?
Correct.
That's all the redirect, Mr. Mayor.
No, sir. Thank you. No, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll call next witness, Fire Chief Johnson.
Alan Johnson, Benson Fire Chief, 288 Helms Dogwood Road, Benson.
Chief Johnson, can you, I'm sure the board knows better than I do, but can you give them a little bit about your background and your work experience?
Yes, I've been on the fire department for a little over 25 years. Started working with the fire department in 2002. Became fire chief in 2000. About lost my mind. 2007. July 1st, 2000. Yeah. Okay, 2007. Been fire inspector level 3 for quite some time, and been through one and 2 also.
Okay. And fire inspector, you mean you've had special training that has qualified you as a fire inspector?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Level 1 and level 2?
Yeah, and 3. Yeah.
And 3, okay.
Mhm.
And in your capacity as the fire chief, are you asked to review as a part of a technical review or otherwise preliminary plat such as the one before the board this evening?
Correct. Yes.
Since 2007, can you guesstimate how many of those you may have reviewed on behalf of the town of Benson?
As far as the different subdivisions, a couple dozen probably.
Okay. And you're familiar with the requirements of Benson's Unified Development Ordinance?
Yes.
And in connection with this particular preliminary plat before the board this evening, were you asked to review it and provide feedback with any concerns that you might have expressed?
Correct.
And Ms. Joseph has told the board a little bit about what some of those were, but can you just reiterate and let the board hear from yourself what those were?
Yeah, so after reviewing the plans and knowing that the UDO says 75 lots being the maximum, that with only one means of egress, that was when I brought the concern up about having 76 and the need for having to have a required second egress point. And then there was some additional with the road width. Fire code says that if the road's over 500 feet long, it's got to be 26 foot wide. So I think the initial plan or plot was not quite that. And it also had like a couple hydrants, and then we had added some additional hydrants, made the notes about the cul-de-sac being the correct width, which is 96 feet. And the again, the road width, and then the extra lot. Excuse me. And then they come back, the applicant come back with and met everything that we had, brought up and suggested.
So the applicant addressed each and every one of the issues that you identified to your satisfaction?
Correct.
And I think you said this, but just to be clear, the Unified Development Ordinance, if it's 75 lots or less, which this is with phases 1 and 2, it only requires the one entrance and the stub out, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, this preliminary plat complies with that provision of Benson's Unified Development Ordinance, correct?
Correct.
Now, at the planning board, I realize that you weren't there, but you may hear some testimony later. There was I think there were two speakers that expressed a concern, a safety concern, fire safety concern, and the ability to address if there were issues in this subdivision in the event that it was approved. Would you have given your approval to this preliminary plat if you had any concerns that your department wouldn't be able to address emergencies in there?
Correct, I would not. And that's where the additional in the road width comes in. To get the extra width in the road to be able to get multiple trucks and be able to get around them, things like that.
So based on your knowledge, education, training, and 20 years of experience in firefighting, are you of the opinion that there is no fire safety concern in the event that homes were built in the preliminary plat that's before the board this evening?
Well, now, there's always fire safety concerns, but the addition to being able to get, not only in there, but also in the event of having to get out, with the cul-de-sac being the required 96-foot width, the road being the 26-foot wide, it meets everything that we have asked.
Thank you. That's all the questions for this witness.
Chief,
Yes, sir.
when I first talked with you about this and I showed you the plat, it had 26 lots on it.
Correct.
When did you find out that had been changed?
After another review, and then we went in, and then made additional notes about the road width and just kind of finalizing everything up.
I raised the safety issue before, but, we have a law, we have an ordinance. If the facts and the applicant has qualified under the ordinance, then we have to follow that law, right?
Correct.
But you still have safety concerns about this project.
What kind of safety concerns?
The one we're talking about now.
Cor-
The board, there's 26 lots or 25 lots. You have safety concerns? Are you able to turn a fire truck around in there?
Yes, sir.
You think so?
I know so, yes, sir.
And if there was a fire on Boardwalk there in the main division, you couldn't even get to the back part if there was another emergency without going over adjoining properties of land, is that right?
If there was a fire in the front,
First part that blocked Boardwalk, this new part, the road that goes into Boardwalk. And you couldn't get into the back part, there was an emergency, you'd have to go through somebody else's land to get to it, wouldn't you?
in most cases where we can, we do try to leave a access to get by. Some incidents you can't, but most of the time we do try to leave that, yes, sir.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
I mean, there could be problems. Let me withdraw that. Chief, I appreciate your testimony and your time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
At this time, Mr. Mayor, we'll call Scott Brown.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, and then state your name and address for the record.
Scott Brown, 409 Chicago Drive, Suite 112, Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Mr. Brown, can you give the board, please, an overview of your education, training, and work experience?
Yes, sir. I'm a 1997 graduate of NC State. I have two Bachelor of Science degrees in engineering. I've been practicing engineering for the last 25 years. I'm a licensed engineer in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia, and I've been a owner, partner in 40 Site Solutions, an engineering surveying company for the last 16 plus years.
Mr. Mayor, at this time, I'm going to tender Mr. Brown as an expert in the field of civil engineering.
So stipulated.
Mr. Brown, are you the civil engineer that's working on this project that's before the board this evening?
Yes, sir.
And have you, well, let me strike that, are you familiar with the requirements of Benson's Unified Development Ordinance with respect to preliminary plats?
I am.
And before we get into that a little bit, were you able to hear Ms. Joseph's testimony earlier?
Yes, sir.
And I think she's adequately addressed this, and I don't want to bore the board with matters that aren't relevant, but can you just give a brief overview to the board of the steps in the process for developing a subdivision, kind of from start to finish without going into too much detail?
Yes, sir. right now, we're at the preliminary plat stage. This is the very early beginnings. A client comes to us and they have a piece of land and say, hey, look, what can we do with it? See if we can put it into a subdivision. You check the zoning in accordance to this piece of property here. It was already zoned adequately. It was a stub out, so it was originally intended to already be a future section for a subdivision. Then you go through whatever ordinance requirements are, see what the steps of it is. In this case, in the town of Benson, you're required to submit a preliminary sketch plan. We did so. We met with the town before we ever submitted the preliminary plat to the planning board. Met with the fire chief, public works, assistant town manager, town planner, police may have been there, I don't know. But anyway, we went through the process and showed them a rough copy of the preliminary plat. Didn't see any issues with it. We moved forward with preparing the preliminary plat in accordance with the checklist listed in the UDO. There's certain things you have to add on a preliminary plat. Those are on this plat that you see before you now. I know a lot of the questions that were asked earlier are questions that will be resolved and answered during the construction drawing stage of the development, which is not completed until the preliminary plat stage is approved. That's like putting the cart before the horse. You're talking about spending a whole lot of money on moving forward on something that may or may not get approved, may have to change during hearings like this, and for that reason, you kind of follow logical steps and don't get too far out in front of yourself. So that's why we're here tonight. And if the board approves this preliminary plat, then we'll start on the construction drawings, which a lot of the questions that was asked a while ago will be answered and resolved.
Okay. So a couple of follow-up questions on that.
Yep.
Based on your meetings and interactions with various town and other governmental officials that have provided you with feedback in designing this preliminary plat, did you address every comment or concern that any of them expressed to you in the design of the preliminary plat?
Yes, sir. All comments that we received after the TRC review during the sketch plan review, all comments were addressed, and we got adequate response saying that they were addressed and acceptable with the changes that was made by the reviewer that made the comment.
And I don't want to go into too much detail again because it's not part of the criteria for plat approval, but can you just give the board an overview? Sounds like there's some existing flooding issues on other properties, but explain to them about what a stormwater permit is and review and any other permitting that would be required for actual development if we obtain a preliminary plat approval.
Yes, sir. I know that the flooding was mentioned at the planning board, existing flooding. I'm not aware, I was not involved with phase 1 or phase 2 of this project 20-plus years ago. I don't live out here in this area, so I'm not familiar with any flooding that's happening on Park Place. But that flooding is hard to, it may sound rough when I say it, but that flooding is really irrelevant to me as far as this project goes. We can't fix that flooding with this project. What we are required to do, and we have to adhere to, is the current stormwater rules, which require us to mitigate, reduce, buffer the stormwater that's coming off this site. We can't fix downstream problems. So if I don't want to give the illusion or give false impressions that this subdivision is going to fix whatever's going on Park Place, because it's not. The stormwater rules and the storm pond is in place, so it just does not make it worse. And so that's what the storm pond will be designed in accordance with the current Johnson County requirements, that, as responded by Miss Jessica Batten, is that whenever that storm pond is put in place, the stormwater runoff from that development, the lots, the streets, will be captured, collected into the storm pond. That storm pond will buffer those storm events, release them over a 2 to 5 day period, which is required not only by Johnson County but by the NCDEQ Phase 2 stormwater rules, and buffer those storm events. In a current, Johnson County requires a 1-year storm, but you have to do a downstream analysis for up to a 10 and 25. If you capture a 10 and a 25, you negate the downstream analysis. I know we're getting down into the weeds a little bit, but that's what, I mean, you're talking about a lot of work and a lot of back and forth and reviews and comments to get that stuff approved and get it looked at. And if we cannot make it work, the project won't move forward.
So bottom line is, if you can't prove to the regulators that issue the stormwater permit that the construction design will not increase stormwater runoff to other properties, you don't get a permit.
That is correct.
Now I'm just going to quickly, based on your knowledge, training, education, and experience, are you of the opinion that the proposed preliminary plat is consistent with the adopted plans and policies of the town of Benson?
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And based on your knowledge, training, education, and experience, are you of the opinion that this proposed preliminary subdivision plat meets all the required specifications of Benson's Unified Development Ordinance?
Yes, it does.
And based on your knowledge, education, training, and experience, are you of the opinion that this preliminary subdivision plat will not be detrimental to the use or orderly development of other properties in the surrounding area and will not violate the character of existing standards for development of properties in the surrounding area?
That is my opinion.
And based on your knowledge, education, training, and experience, are you of the opinion that the preliminary plat subdivision before the board this evening, the design will provide for the distribution of traffic in a manner that will avoid or mitigate congestion within the immediate area and will provide for the unified and orderly use of or extension of public infrastructure and will not materially endanger the environment, public health, safety, or the general welfare?
Yes, that is my opinion.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Murphy might have some.
Yes, thank you, sir. You hired the surveyor, I take it, or somebody in the...
The applicant hired the surveyor,
Okay.
yes, sir.
And you've reviewed the plat, and you prepared the plat.
Yes, sir.
And the plat shows that this property is in X, floodplain X, is that right?
Flood zone X, not the
Excuse me,
floodplain.
I don't mean to, I'm not an engineer.
Yes, sir.
And, of course, the plat says it does not tell if there's any flood zones on here. They're not listed by the surveyor. That's in the,
Flood zone X is areas outside of the floodplain. You have a 100-year floodplain and you have a 500-year. Areas outside of that are flood zone X. Everywhere is in some kind of a flood zone. X are areas outside of the 100 and the 500. That's why you don't see a floodplain listed on the plat, and that's why whenever Ms. Jeffries answered a question a while ago, or Ms. Joe, I'm getting Irwin and all mixed up, but that's the reason why it's not listed in there, because it's not in a floodplain. Because just because there's wetlands there don't necessarily mean a floodplain.
this property lies within flood zone X,
That's correct.
according to the surveyor.
That's correct. And as I mentioned, X's are areas outside of the 500-year flood zone.
It's still within floodplain X, right?
Everything is.
Okay. And most places, in your experience as an engineer, that most places flood because they're in the floodplain?
There's also a number of reasons why land floods.
Well, if a road and property near this adjacent property owner has been flooded for 20 years,
Mhm.
and you come in and build another, add to it, you don't think that's going to increase the water flow?
Down at base,
Right
beyond the
next
storm
door,
events that we're,
right next door to the adjoining property owners.
it certainly is going to increase it beyond the storm events that we're are required to mitigate against. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you prepared this plat and you have an open area. Is that correct? About 2.5 acres?
Open space, yes, sir.
And the open space, because that's, property is too wet to build on, isn't it?
In the case, and we're also required to dedicate 12% because of open space subdivision requirements.
But as an engineer, and as you're looking at this, have you walked on the property?
No.
You don't know how wet this property is, and that's the reason why this floodway was put on here?
The property has been delineated by an environmental consultant. Those wetlands have been delineated on the ground and surveyed. That has been completed. I'm not a wetlands consultant. I don't delineate wetlands. I'm not a surveyor. I don't survey.
I'm not either. I'm just asking what I see on the map.
Right, and what you see on the map is correct.
Okay.
There's no floodplain, but there is a wetland.
And I was going to ask you about this land, but you haven't been on it because the land adjoining it is 4 feet high, 4 to 5 feet higher than what's on your lots on the backside.
Mhm.
And that's not going to cause drainage as an engineer?
I can look at that piece of paper and tell you more about that piece of land than most people can walk on it and tell you. I don't, majority of the projects that I work on, I do not go and walk, set foot on them. I physically do not have time. I can't get to all of them.
So those of us who have walked on it and it's marred down because it's so wet,
I would
does that
expect
not-
you.
does that show you that?
I would expect you would if it's a wetland. That's typical characteristics of a wetland.
And a wetland is where you can't build or erect any buildings, right?
Correct, and we're not showing any, and there's not any building setbacks encroaching the wetlands either.
And that's the reason for the retention pond you put in, right?
The reason for the retention pond is because it's required under the rules of Town of Benson and Johnson County.
And what happens when the retention pond's full?
Water's gonna come out of it, same way.
Where's it go?
It's gonna go downstream, same place it's
Park
going now.
Place, the Park Place.
That's downstream, yes, sir.
Let's move on.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Last witness, Mr. Mayor, called Josh Rinke.
Josh Ranke, 5808 Farrington Place, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Mr. Rinke, please provide the board with a brief overview of your education, training, and work experience.
Mr. Pope, I'll stipulate he's an expert.
Can he stipulate on behalf of everybody?
That's up to George.
Well, I know he can stipulate on behalf of himself.
Well, I think, probably want to answer the question and then.
Okay.
Be brief.
Sure. Bachelor's in Civil Engineering from Valparaiso University in 2001. The North Carolina Traffic Engineering Lead for Ramey Kemp & Associates. Professional engineer in the state of North Carolina and pre-qualified to conduct traffic impact analysis by NCDOT.
That'll be enough, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to tender Mr. Rinke as an expert in traffic engineering.
And I would certainly stipulate to that.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. I'm going to show you what's been marked as applicant's exhibit number 1. Ask if you can identify that for me, please.
Sure. This is the traffic assessment that we completed for this site.
And this was a traffic impact analysis that you conducted for the preliminary plat before the board this evening at the request of the applicant.
Correct.
And
Mr. Pope,
yes, sir.
I've been furnished a copy of that by the town planning board, and I would stipulate to it and let it come in evidence.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Mayor, at this time, I'm going to introduce applicant's exhibit number 1, which is traffic impact analysis that Mr. Rinke has prepared. Mr. Rinke, on page 4 of that, I'll let you keep that. I think it's page 4. That contains your signature, correct?
Correct, yeah. That's my engineering seal and signature.
Okay. I think most of the board is familiar with traffic impact analysis, but can you just give them a brief overview of what you do in conducting a traffic impact analysis?
Sure. So this one, like has been indicated before, it's well under the typical thresholds of 100 lots for the town and 3,000 vehicles per day for the DOT. We're looking at a tenth of that for what DOT would typically and 25% of what the town would typically require. What we wanted to do is still follow NCDOT guidelines and town standards. We did reach out to the town. They were responsive. NCDOT indicated this is well below their threshold, so they weren't requiring anything, weren't going to conduct a review or anything. Like I said, with this traffic impact analysis, kind of briefly to go through is what we do is collect data. So we have people count during those peak periods in the AM and in the PM. They count for a couple hours in the morning, a couple hours in the evening on a typical weekday. What we do is take the worst case of those couple hours, say this is the hour we're looking at, assume that that's the traffic we're going to analyze, and then we start looking at projecting that to the future, saying here's when the development will be fully constructed, what are the impacts, what's going on out there, what are the impacts of the development. So what we do there, once again, we did go through a phase where there was COVID. We've gotten back to where things are fairly normalized with traffic. NCDOT has indicated, yes, we're okay with you conducting counts. Typically what we'll do is compare that to what we'd expect anyway based on older counts and growth. We projected it out looking at the typical growth that was happening before COVID hit, said we're going to keep using that as well as adjacent developments. So in this case, we knew the McLam Bird Tract was another development that was going to add traffic to that area. we took that traffic as well, assumed that would be built out before this site, added that in, and then we take the traffic expected based on our site and add that into our total analysis. And we look at that. So what we did was look at 2 of the intersections around there. Like I said, typically with something this size, we would not be required to do a TIA. Even something much bigger, we might look at 1 or 2 intersections if it were probably about 4 times this size. What we did is look at the intersections that we think would be most impacted and possibly most problematic. That being NC 50 and North Lincoln Street, and North Lincoln Street and Boardwalk Avenue where they're turning out of the site. Our concern with NC 50 and North Lincoln Street, NC 50 is a major road. It has a good amount of traffic. We wanted to make sure not only from a capacity standpoint, but also a safety standpoint. I know there's that left turn lane. When you're heading southbound, we want to make sure the traffic isn't spilling back into the through lane and creating a safety issue. So we're looking at those sort of things when we run our analysis, when we're looking at what was conducted out there count-wise. So what we saw was level service A's. That's essentially the best. It's saying there aren't significant delay times. Typically, when we start to get to that D to E threshold, that's when we look at mitigation when we're doing a typical TIA. Additionally, like I said, we looked at that turn lane. I'm sorry, am I? Oh, okay. Sorry. We looked at that turn lane, made sure the queuing wasn't expected to exceed that and back up into the through lane. That's something we'd be concerned about and recommend mitigation. We didn't see any issues there either. Like I said, this is essentially briefly going through like the process of how we do this, and happy to expand on that if you think that's necessary. Or
I think that adequately explains the process. Your report also looked at another intersection in addition to the Highway 50.
Correct, the North Lincoln Street and Boardwalk, correct.
And the conclusions that you reached were that even after the development of this property, if it's approved by the board and if they obtain all the necessary permits, and even with the additional development that is planned in that area, that both of those intersections would still have an A level of service?
That is correct. What we look at there is the left turn movement that would have to yield to oncoming traffic, and what we call the minor street approach, which has to yield to the main line essentially. So that's what we're looking at, is so there's movements that are required to stop for level service.
And just so I might have misunderstood you, you said if it gets into the D range is when you might start looking at some mitigation issues?
When it tips from like D to an E, correct.
So if you're at an A,
yeah.
that's good.
And unless if there's a safety concern that we see that would deem mitigation A as a perfectly acceptable level of service.
And based on your knowledge, training, education, and experience, are you of the opinion that there are no traffic mitigation that needs to be addressed with respect to the proposed preliminary plat?
That is correct.
And based on your knowledge, education, training, and experience, are you of the opinion that the preliminary plat before the board this evening, that this subdivision design will provide for the distribution of traffic in a manner that will avoid and mitigate congestion within the immediate area, will provide for the unified and orderly use of or extension of public infrastructure, and will not materially endanger the environment, public health, safety, or the general welfare?
That is my professional opinion, yes.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Mr. Commissioner.
May I ask one question, sir? In your analysis, did you do anything with Park Place at all?
We did not, no.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, that's all the evidence that the applicant intends to submit at this time. As previously indicated, after the opponents testify, I would like to very briefly provide a closing statement. Thank you all for your time.
Okay. Now we go into the opposition testimony. Those wishing to speak in opposition, come forward. This is, no question shall be asked by the town commissioners at this time either.
I'd like to be heard, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
You know, a long time ago, an old lawyer told me, in any case, you want the facts on your side. If you can't have the facts, then I want the law on my side. If I can't have either, then maybe the law should be changed. I started out on this with concerns, not really opposition, but concerns about Park Place. And my neighbor, Mr. Tony Caruso, who just moved there. He bought Mr. Glenn Sutton's house. Most of you will know Colonel Sutton, everybody does. And I looked at one as I've talked to the fire chief, I've been to Smithfield, I've talked to people. I'm concerned about this matter. I am not opposed to growth. But when I look at it, when I played before the planning board, I talked about safety with the fire department, these vehicles, the limited place that it is, the narrowness of it. If anything happens out there, you got 25 homes, which is at least 4 people to a home is 100. Each one of them's got 2 cars on average. That's 50 cars. Something happens, there could be a real problem out there. And they're going through my property or someone else's property, and I would gladly allow them to go through mine, because if one of my neighbors needed help, I'm ready to give it to them. Now, but going back to my initial analogy, the facts aren't on my side with the ordinance in this, and I do and will always uphold the law. And the ordinance is against me on this. So I move on. I moved to, the next thing I went before the planning board was traffic. And I've talked to some traffic people. I've talked with the district, engineer in Goldsboro about this matter. These highways or roads in the subdivision, most of them are town roads. Park Place is a state road. North Lincoln's a state road. Lakeshore is a state road. And the traffic counts are not there. But if I got, 300 people coming out of a subdivision and over 150 cars, common sense bothers me. But I go back and I say, look, I don't have the facts to win on, and the law says if you have this many, then it's allowed. So I move on.
Well, our witness that was just on explaining the traffic part of it, I would consider him to be an expert.
Well, they are. And I can't fight that because there are experts. Does that mean the law should be changed? That's the point I'm trying to get across. I can't argue with it. But the one thing that I do take issue with, I've lived out there for 36 years. And I don't know, for the last 20 years, we've had nothing but flood come down without this new subdivision. We were told when the when Boardwalk first went in, there would be no stormwater or increased flow, because that's, somebody could sue over that. That's a tort act. We were promised that. We were told that. Well, it was so bad out there that Colonel Sutton, my next door neighbor, and everybody in this room knows from Benson, went to the highway department and got another culvert put onto the road. That road was so bad and so full of water that it was dangerous to drive through. Now, if that's not a flooding problem, I don't know what you call it.
But I think if we think where we are in this process, we've had experts to talk about this, and the engineer said that they would study the flooding when you got into that process. We're not in that process now.
But I've raised this question, Mr. Mayor. It's like a camel getting its nose in the tent. Once it's in, the rest of it's coming in too. In this particular case, we got flood, and there's nobody around that's going to impeach me that we don't have a flooding problem. That land looks like a basin. It's high. The land around it's higher. And I understand that I may be at the wrong station of this, but I wanted on the record. That's the reason why I went to the planning board, and that's the reason why I'm here. I wanted on record that we have a severe problem, and it's better be addressed. It needs to be addressed just for the protection of our citizens. Now, in this particular case, I have the facts on my case, and I have the law. And that's the point I want to make. And I thank you.
Okay. Anyone else want to come forward on the opposition testimony?
Hey, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tony Caruso. I own 11 Park Place, which is,
Tony, you gotta be
Sorry,
sworn
one
in.
second. You have to be sworn
Okay.
first, and if,
I did this last week, so.
I know.
if you're gonna testify as an actual party to the case, then you'll have to establish a standing.
I'll stipulate
Okay.
that I stand.
I know you live adjacent, so that would
Thank
be
you.
simple enough.
Okay.
If they stipulate, that's
Be
fine.
sworn.
Yeah, you need to raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Okay, and then state your name and address.
Yeah, my name's Anthony Caruso. I own 11 Park Place. I'm George's neighbor. I'm the one who stands to lose the most. And quite honestly, it'll end up being my property, without exaggerating. I'm directly behind what they're calling a retention pond. Now, they've tried to develop this land before, and it got slapped down because there's no way to effectively remove the stormwater. Their idea now is to put this big retention pond back there. Well, I'm told that when that retention pond overflows, it's going to overflow into the wetlands, which I would assume would be an environmental thing, not my expertise, I don't know. And then it's going to go downstream, which is my property. It's going to find the stream that is run from, can I pass something out real quick? Can I pass like?
Show it, Mr. Pope first.
Can I pass this out? So, and I don't have enough copies, but.
We can pass
We
it.
can pass it around if you
Okay.
want.
Make sure the board has it.
We'll share.
There's one right there. Right, yep.
So, this is an overshot of my property and then the property in question. And the white line I've drawn on there indicates a drainage ditch that now exists originating at the dead end where they're going to continue the property on. That drainage ditch picks up all the storm runoff from that subdivision, routes it down onto my property, bordering my property, under my driveway, and then into my pond. Okay? Now, I know I can't do anything about that. But as he stated, the engineer, any runoff from that retention pond is going to find its way right to that ditch, which is right along there, and then route it into my pond. Now, my pond has been dry bone dry for about a month or so. It's about 5 foot deep in the middle. If you look at that second picture under there, that's my pond after one rain Friday night. It's almost ready to go up over the road. One more rain from going up over the road. That's just from the existing 2 subdivisions. So any runoff from that retention pond is going to flood that road, and it's going to destroy my front yard. It's going to affect the foundation of my house. My well is about 5 feet from that retention pond, from my property line. I drink that water. I water my vegetables with that water. I want to live off the grid someday. I just put it in a big garden. That water is now going to be contaminated with any groundwater where it goes into the ground with gasoline and oil and turtle wax and fertilizer or whatever. More importantly, this needs to be slapped down because you can't knowingly flood my property. It's a North Carolina law, it's my understanding, that if a higher landowner unnecessarily diverts the water flow or runoff, increases the water flow, or contaminates the runoff in a way that causes material damage to the lower landowner, then the landowner can bring action for an injunction and damages. It shouldn't get that far. I'm sorry this land is where it is and is undevelopable. But I'm sorry, but it is. Because you cannot effectively get the stormwater off that property without going on my property. I've got 40 years in construction. I'm a superintendent for a company called Environmental Systems out of Raleigh. I build big clean rooms and laboratories up in RTP. I work with engineers and the biggest contractors in the state every day. I know what is right. This is really, in my opinion, a slam dunk. This will devastate my property. I just got here. You know, I just moved my two daughters and my wife here for a better life, for a quality of life, like it says on your mission statement. And I deserve that. These guys will go somewhere else and build. They'll make tons of money. There'll be more tax dollars for Benson. We can't stop it if we wanted to. It's coming. I told my wife that. When she saw Garner blowing up, I said, oh, it's coming. I didn't think it was going to come this fast. This guy's already building all over the city. He's not going to be hurting. You know who's going to be hurting? Me and my two kids and my wife. And I'm not being dramatic or mean-spirited. I want nothing but the best for these guys, for everybody. But you can't do it at my expense. You know, you can't take this away from me. I busted my ass to get here and buy a house. We wanted a house for so long, and the way that we found this house was God's hand. We never thought we'd be able to live in a beautiful little town like this, you know. And, you know, maybe a lot of what I'm saying is emotional and it doesn't matter the facts, but the fact is you cannot purposely flood my property, and that's what this guy's going to do. Period.
Thank you.
I thank you for your time. Thanks for listening. I greatly appreciate it.
Rebuttal?
No question.
I think we make sure that's all the witnesses, Mr. Mayor.
I don't know.
All that was at the planning board.
Anybody else?
I don't know of any others.
I'm going to be real brief, Mr. Mayor, because y'all been very tolerant with your time this evening. Obviously, this is a matter of significant importance to my client, so I can't be overly brief. But as your attorney explained to you at the beginning of this proceeding, the only thing that is to be considered here this evening is the material and competent evidence that has been presented before you in this quasi-judicial hearing. Key word there is competency. I respect Mr. Caruso's and certainly Judge Murphy's opinions and concerns about existing flooding on their property, but they are not civil engineers, they are not wetlands engineers, they are not competent in the law to provide opinions with respect to drainage or any other matter that would require you to have an engineering degree to do so. Mr. Murphy even testified that he was not an engineer, so he conceded as such, and Mr. Caruso did not indicate that he had any special knowledge, training, education, or experience that would entitle him to give opinion testimony. Based on that, the only competent testimony that you've heard here this evening is from your own planner, who's certainly very well qualified to provide testimony that all four criteria have been established, from your own fire chief, who's testified that anything that he asked of the applicant with respect to the plan had been addressed, and that he does not have any concerns regarding the ability to address any emergencies that would exist in this proposed preliminary plat. From a civil engineer with more degrees than I've got, and who's done dozens and hundreds of these subdivisions, that has provided a competent professional opinion that all four of the criteria have been established. And from a traffic engineer, as Aaron pointed out, my client was not required to get a traffic impact analysis under your UDO or under DOT guidelines, and those things aren't cheap. But my client did that because my client wanted to be able to provide this board with some assurances that if there was something that needed to be addressed, that it was addressed in the plans. The traffic engineer has provided expert testimony that there will be a level of services, which is pretty difficult to do, at the two intersections that would be impacted by this particular proposed subdivision plat. Your planning board spent quite a bit of time, about as much time as y'all spent on it this evening, hearing all the same evidence and testimony, and unanimously has recommended that you approve this preliminary plat as having met all four of these criteria. So I would respectfully request that you do so based on your staff's recommendation and your planning board's recommendation. And thank you very much for all your time this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any opposition?
Mr. Mayor, very shortly, I will disagree with my learned colleague about our evidence, and mine and Mr. Caruso's. not being competent. It is competent evidence, I can tell you that. Now, the question is, you know, we testified to flooding, and anybody in this room, and you don't have to be an engineer to know that water flows downhill.
Thank you.
That's what's happening in this case. Water is flowing downhill. Now, I've seen it for 20 years. Mr. Caruso has seen it. I renew my motion and my request that you continue this matter for 6 days till we can get some more hydrologists and other stuff. And you may say, well, not at this stage. It is important at this stage. It's important in every stage. The discrepancies in that plat as to areas that have been and all the rest, I really think I would strongly suggest that we move this matter over and get some more competent evidence as to water flow. Thank you.
The commissioners now can ask questions of the applicants, opposition, and the staff. Any question that you have?
I've got a question for Aaron.
Okay, Aaron?
A lot of these are gonna be administrative questions just to make sure that I know what's going on right now, right?
Okay.
So he has applied for an open space subdivision as outlined in our UDO, correct?
Correct.
Without any variances, correct?
That's correct.
So my question is this, when I pulled up the UDO tonight and I'm looking at the UDO for open space subdivision, it says that the lot width requirement is 50 foot.
That's right. It's a reduced.
Does lot 6 on this current plat meet that requirement?
I can't see it from there.
I can't either. On the back of that lot, from what I can tell from blowing up, it looks like it's 30 foot wide.
Let me put it, I see where you're looking at the back of the lot. I'm trying to look at the C2, the note that usually designates with the.
Can I show you here?
Right.
C2 is here. It's got a chord length of 69 feet.
Right. So it's 69 feet actually is the width.
The minimum width is measured at the road. It's not measured in the back of the lot. The minimum width is at the road frontage.
That's right.
Okay.
I got a question for you, Aaron.
Yes, sir.
Because the H&H study, so, you know, because he's talking about hydraulic study or whatever. We had one done, what year was it, 2016?
I believe it was, right,
Was that ever considered
2017.
or looked at when looking at this?
I did not look at it in consideration to this. I don't know if the applicant or his engineer has, but I have not.
I have a question.
Yes.
This kind of is to point at whoever can answer it, but, you know, when we've gone through these things, I hear experts, and I'm not disputing the expertness of the experts. I think they're great, but my question just helped me understand the process. Let's say, because both sides have made really good points. Let's say that if they say that they're not going to add to the flood, and let's say a year later, they add to the flood. Let's say that the traffic is not a problem. Let's say a year later the traffic is a problem. Who is legally responsible? Who's responsible for that?
Please.
You're asking Aaron or you're asking me?
I'm asking him that knows the answer.
So, if you're asking whether the town responsible, I believe they would. Number one, the town would have governmental immunity. And if you approve a site plan, that doesn't mean you're certifying that it's never gonna flood.
But we have experts that are certified.
They're certifying, they're providing their opinion to it, they provided evidence that tends to show that, so, but that doesn't mean that there's a guarantee. Now, I think Mr. Russo, I believe, testified to that fact, something of an argument about private party responsibility. So, say that there could possibly be a private party cause of action. If I do something on my land that causes damage to yours, then maybe you could sue me privately in Superior Court, so there's certainly an action there.
I think a person should, if they say it's gonna be so, they should be so, they should be responsible if it's not so. So I think we've been put forth here in all these things that, this is an expert, nobody else is an expert, we gotta take this person's word as fact. I think they need to be responsible for it.
Regarding the flooding, though, remember, they'll have to go back to Johnston County to get them to sign off on it too.
And Army Corps of
Yeah, if they don't sign on it, because if you're talking about legal responsibilities, which your question was, and I hope everybody can hear me, they'll have to sign off on that, the county and the Army Corps, before they can get approval to build their subdivision.
Okay.
And I'll add to that as well, is with let's say the stormwater permit, now the town is responsible for enforcement and for, as a phase 2 permit holder, there are criteria within that permit that obligates the town to ensure that there are inspections, that the stormwater control measures are noted, that whomever's responsible for the maintenance and operation of those stormwater facilities, that they keep it in compliance with the design of it. And there are things that govern us to ensure that we are looking at those things on a review basis. And so right now with Johnson County, they're issuing the permit. So they have certain criteria that they're looking at that they must, under their permit and review and during construction. And then the town, once our stormwater ordinance is in place, is certain steps that we need to do to review any stormwater control measures or facilities that are in the town to on a review basis to ensure that whomever is responsible for that is keeping those facilities in good working condition.
So, like, I think about the behind Crossroads Church, we had an issue where there was a stormwater pond that was all bushed up, and who became responsible for that? Does the developer continue to have responsibility for it, or does it turn over to us or somebody else at some point?
Yeah, so whomever is responsible, the property owner would be responsible for keeping that stormwater control measure in compliance, and it's in operation as it's designed. Now, if there's a nuisance or something that's causing it, we may send a notice of violation letter to say, your stormwater control measure is not working. Maybe there's a nuisance there where you have overgrowth and things like that, and that notice of violation will prompt them. That's where the enforcement part comes along. If you don't comply with this violation letter, then you're subject to these penalties and fines and things like that. So we have to work within our parameters of what we can do as far as the law, as far as our ordinances regarding enforcement.
Any other questions?
Where is it written that the 50-foot is just on the front of the lot?
And the ordinance, when you look at the UDO, if you go to section 2,
I'm here.
Okay, let me pull it up as well. It talks about like lot width, how it's measured, where you measure the street yard, and I'll have to pull up but I know it's in Article 2. No, not there. I'm sorry, I don't know it off the top of my head, but I can pull it up for you. Okay, so if you go to section, let's see here. I'm sorry, my iPad is over there. Sorry. Measurements and exceptions. So if you go to section 156201, I think it's H.
You got a page number? You said under H.
Yes, H with, and then paragraph 2. If you want, I have it right here.
No, yes, but I'm scrolling. My eyes ain't as good as they used to be.
Okay, so if you look there.
Thank you.
Did you answer your question?
I think so, yes.
Any other questions?
I'm gonna be very honest with you. I don't know what to ask. I am more confused than ever, so I'm moving on.
The commission now in deliberation, so no person can address the commissioners, and no question may be asked by the commissioners to the public. So put up on the screen what we got to vote on.
And if I can, I will note that when you make your findings, I don't have it on there, but you can always put a standard condition that all contingent upon technical or construction drawings, and that it is compliance with all local, state, and federal regulation as a condition upon approval of this. So you can't add that to make sure that it's reflected in the record that anything that is developed out there, it is in compliance with any laws and regulations.
In other words, you can talk to each other, ask each other questions. There's 5 points. And
What's he say? He's saying we can talk to each other and then decide what we want to do. Huh? To talk to? Well, if you think of us like a judge, I feel like we've had 2 parties come in here and testify, and they put in findings of fact of how they met the UDO. I don't think that we can argue the UDO, but they've also got, I mean, if you look at them, they've come in here and testified that they've had flooding there, and they've asked for a 60-day extension to be able to approve it. Because then if you want to give them a 60-day extension, that's what I got out of that.
well, I think we could take each one of the points, there's 5, and take them individually and vote on them individually. If there's one that falls out, then it falls out.
Well, the requirements really doesn't cover what we have just covered, though, Mayor. I understand a property owner would not buy a piece of property unless he knew he could do something with it. But I also understand, and I've been there, I know when Wynn Graham built that house, before the Colonel bought the house, it was a flooded area. We didn't have UDOs and things in place at that time. So Wynn Graham put special drains in. He built that pond in front of the house to take care of the water. Okay, my property actually adjoins this property over on Lakeshore. I own, my biggest part of my property are wetlands. I put drains in so I could keep it mowed. It goes in. All the silk and debris that comes from this area all the way over dumps in Lake Shore's pond. I see both parts. There's a lot of things as far as the UDO or as far as the findings, they've met what they asked for. But I would really want to require the follow-up, if it comes up and the county and the state and the governmental properties that get it after us, I want them to do their job because they have not done all of their jobs in the past, okay? The retention ponds that have been put in to take care of the stormwater. Look at Lake Shore. Look at the roads, look at the cul-de-sacs. We've got a problem that was to be taken care of, and it was not taken care of. We got retention ponds that was put in at Lake Shore where this comes into, that there's not retention ponds anymore. There's houses on top of them. I just want to make sure they've done their homework and the board has done their homework, and all we are doing is approving or disapproving what has been brought to us. And if everything that has been brought to us, it's been approved by our planning board, that everything has been met, I would say that we would have to go with this unless you come up with some reason why they didn't meet those things, and I can't see that. But the next step that they've got to do, there's going to be more fingers pointed at the contractors and everybody else to make sure that if a retention pond will not take care of it, you're going to get some flooding from that area that comes down. If you can't build on some of these areas, it's going to have to be documented, and it's either got to change the plans and it has to come back to us. I'm like William.
I can tell you this, and this is just the way I feel. Now, y'all feel how you want. I don't know that there's anything that the applicant hasn't done to meet the findings of fact as required by UDO.
Right.
But if you go back and you look at what's ethical and right and take the law out of it, and that's what I try to do, because we have a duty to our citizens that currently live here. They were notified on this on June the 17th, or that's when these letters were postmarked. I'm not going to have it. That's what I've got to look at, right? On June the 17th, that's when the letters went out. That means they've had a July 4th week where nobody worked, and they've had one other week to be able to suffice evidence that they do have a flooding issue. Apparently, they've got a flooding issue by their testimony. I don't think, considering how many review processes do we go through as a subdivision requirement with fire chiefs and everything, the homeowners never get an ample time to be able to do anything to prove their point. So I don't think that a 60-day extension is unreasonable if they feel like they can go out there in 60 days and bring us hydrology reports to say it is in the flood zone. If they can't do it in 60 days, then we come back and we move forward and we go on.
The question I have, I think that's an excellent, good idea. I just want to make sure that we're not causing an undue burden on one of the parties, like a tremendous extra cost. And I don't know if that's something that they'll have to do anyway.
And the Army Corps of Engineers would deem it in a floodplain and stuff like, if it is in one. Because back in my subdivision, matter of fact, my backyard is considered a wetland.
But in your subdivision, and I was in the meeting 2 weeks ago because I managed HOA out there.
Right.
They did this, and they approved a plat. And then when they got the plat approved, then the Army Corps of Engineers said, you can't build on these lots. And it's in those lots, that lot got given away, and now we're in a fight with the homeowner because the homeowner's got flooding issues on a lot that was, and paying HOA dues for 10 years on a flood zone lot. You know what I mean?
They're just cautionary, but
Yeah, I understand.
you're deliberating, you have to base your decision tonight.
You're right.
On what was presented in this meeting. Understand this is a small town and everybody's familiar with this area and you've got your own understanding of it. That's not a problem, but you need to base it on what was presented here tonight. And if you're talking about continuing it, I would highly suggest that you consider why would you be continuing it, and what would you be expecting one of the parties to bring back for you to consider in light of the 4 criteria that you're supposed to consider tonight as to say yes or no to it. Because we'll come back and then.
I would submit that the homeowners said that it would be detrimental to their property. And I would submit that if we do continue it, then we've got required them to bring back proof to show that it's actually gonna be detrimental. And if they can't bring back proof that it's detrimental to their property, then I don't know of any other finding of fact up there that I would state as a personal commissioner that they haven't met.
And you're putting 60 days on it?
That's what they asked for. I did put 60 days.
So, and are you also saying that the homeowners, if they choose to, would be the ones that would pay for this report?
Absolutely. I mean, I would think that the burden of proof would be on those homeowners to prove that this would be detrimental to them. If they couldn't provide that burden of proof, then I think the loss, I mean, you worry about a loss to the other party, the loss would be 60 days. I don't know what that would continue to.
I'm going to look in the ordinance, and maybe we can continue it. I'll look to see if there's any stipulation about how long that, for sufficient evidence. I'll check right now.
And I don't know if it's us as far as the town of Benson, and is it us that says that creates those notice requirements, or is it the state of North Carolina that creates those notice requirements?
Notice requirements, the ones for the property owners, the adjacent
Yeah.
property owners, it's in the UDO.
So that's us so it's us that puts the burden on the homeowners to say, hey, I'm gonna give you a letter less than a month before we make a decision like this to come up with proof, right?
But what homeowners?
Huh?
What homeowners?
We had 2 homeowners testify to their adjacent property, right?
Okay, but not the homeowners that this property is adjoining to. It's George and I mean, okay, I'm a homeowner. I've got some runoff from that property.
Right.
Now, am I gonna contest it? I'm asking you, the homeowners in phase 1, where are the notices gonna be posted?
The notices are
I
sent
know
out
where the
mailed.
notices are on this property because I've been out there and I walked it.
Right.
So, I know the property they're talking about. And there was a sign up that said public hearing.
Right.
Entering, it's down now, but, there was a sign up that said that. I'm asking you what property owners, I just want you to
I
tell me.
would say the 2 that testified tonight, that testified that they have a flooding issue, that this would be detrimental to their property.
Okay.
I hate to do this, but, you know, the expense involved and all, and preparation for it, at this point, I'll just withdraw my motion to continue the hearing, continue the approval process. If we're gonna face it down the end of the road, then we're gonna face it.
In that case, I think we should take it one by one.
All right, so y'all can see them, I can't. Somebody make a motion
Do you want me to read it?
on the first one.
First one's consistency with the adopted plans and policies of the town.
I make a motion we approve. based
All in
on-
favor, say aye.
Aye.
What's number 2?
Subdivision meets all required specifications of this chapter.
Make a motion to approve.
All in favor, say aye. 3,
Subdivision will not be detrimental to the use or orderly development of other properties in the surrounding area and will not violate the character of existing standards for development of properties in the surrounding area.
what say you?
I think if I were to have number, is that
Number
3 or 4
3.
or 5?
Three.
What?
3.
3? That is the one I would have a problem with. Because it has not been proven to me that it is not detrimental to surrounding areas.
Somebody make a motion.
You can debate each one of these two if you feel like you need to, just saying.
So if we're worried about stormwater, for instance, we're saying we're gonna have to count on the Army Corps of Engineers to be the people that stop it or.
In the county.
In the county.
I would suggest if this or any of these that you have specific concerns about, the remaining two anyway, for the record's sake, it's best that you discuss that and flesh out what particularly is your concern and why the evidence does or does not stack up. Weighing out what you were presented tonight.
Without any evidence that there is a true stormwater other than testimony, right? I mean, and they got to go through the process to get it.
So again, because we've kind of been directed this way, but I live there too, you know, and I know there's a problem. You know, I don't know how much of a problem, and I understand the great point that the engineer made, which ain't fixing the problem. We just ain't, our job is not to make it worse.
Right.
And I think that's exactly right. That's what they need to be held to the standard of not making it worse. And I need to make sure that that's.
I don't know that we've got the authority to hold them to that standard because Johnson County does our stormwater.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, theoretically.
Well, let me just say that Johnson County has to approve it based on that criteria, that if
it can't have more runoff.
If it did, then they would.
It does before.
So you're not wrong in saying that it wouldn't come back here, but if they approved it, then you would have had a review agency saying, we feel like it satisfies that requirement. If they did not, then it would be out of your hands, though. That's not a wrong statement. This one.
What's the wishes?
Make a motion to approve.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Number 4.
The subdivision design will provide for the distribution of traffic in a manner that will avoid or mitigate congestion within the immediate area and will provide for the unified and orderly use or extension of public infrastructure and will not materially endanger the environment, public health, safety, or the general welfare.
I make a motion we approve number 5.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Number 5.
And this is the overall motion to approve the preliminary plat.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the project.
And as I stated earlier, you can put that condition that all laws, contingent upon the approval of the construction drawings, and that all laws, state, federal, and local, are adhered to.
I make the motion that the board hereby determines based upon the evidence that all findings of fact have been met and approved for SD 2022-02, contingent upon all of the items outlined in your staff report that were there as well, and also contingent upon whatever you see.
All local, state, and federal laws.
All local, state, and federal laws.
Adherence to all local, state, and federal laws.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The project passes.
Thank you.
Thanks for all the participation tonight.
Can I take a 2-minute recess, ma'am? Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna look out.
Let's take a 2-minute break. 5-minute break.
10 minutes.
I still want to meet the military governor sometime. I mean, I'm getting beat up bad on him.
Behind the old food line, the town went in there, yeah, made it right, yeah. The owner didn't do it.
I don't know if you were with us. Were you with us when we went out to that man's house? That house that was on, that even water?
It's not. That's how it is. I need more water.
They're in the refrigerator, I think.
We're under old business. Consider approval of FY 2022-23 salaries, grades, and organizational chart.
I've gone over this. It is just adding in the new positions from the budget, lining them up in the salaries and grades, and adding them to the organizational chart. If there's any discussion, I'm willing to have that. Otherwise, I leave it to the board.
Are you satisfied, Commissioner?
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Consider approval of placing Veterans Memorial at 507 East Main Street, town-owned property. We had our first meeting 3 years ago for the memorial. And of course, the pandemic had a lot of bearing on that. Everybody wanted to have it at the Grove. Matt Zapp wanted to have it at the park, and the board had suggested that we go to Main Street and try there, and now there's some question as to whether that's the right thing to do. And we need to know the feeling of the board before they do any more engineering and make any more drawings as to whether we're going to have it at 507 East Main Street. I'll entertain any discussion anybody wants to carry on.
Well, Mayor, you know what, I have really done some praying over this. As much as I would like to see us get a Bojangles or whatever it is that would buy that property or do whatever they're gonna do, I think it's an injustice to the citizens of this community to deny the veterans the right to have that. I think we owe them that. I think they've been the forerunners for this country. They have fought for us. They have died for us. And I just would like to see us do that. And if it's a matter of giving it a property away, as I've heard it said, we're not giving it. We can lease it for a year. As a matter of fact, that would be my thing. Lease it to the veterans for $1 a year with the maintenance them to keep up. But I just think it's something that we owe to the citizens of this community and surrounding areas. I'm not owing nothing to Bojangles. There's something that might not come, or it could come. I don't know. But I do know that these people have gone before us, fought, died, and I think we owe them that right.
Any other opinions?
I was on the committee. I think we started on the committee with Commissioner Holly probably about, April? I don't know. February, March, or April, something like that. Again, I learn something new every day. I absolutely am a proponent of having a Veterans Memorial in the town of Benson. In fact, I was one of the ones that helped come up with this lot, after which I found out by doing further homework that the taxpayers paid well over $200,000 for this piece of property.
It's $175,000 plus the tear down.
That's right. So roughly $200,000 for the piece of property. That was a concern that I brought to the board because that was something I was not aware of, that it was supposed to be part of a street realignment project. At the economic development concern, obviously I voiced that as well. That is the last piece of dirt on Main Street that, and it may not be big enough to do anything. I'm not that person. I don't have anybody that's interested in purchasing it. Don't know anybody will purchase it. But I do know that we've made a $200,000 investment in that piece of dirt as a town. The other concern that I've got there that I brought to the board, not disregarding our veterans or the American Legion, but the American Legion is just one group of veterans. And it is our group of veterans in the town of Benson, but there are several other civic organizations in this town that are made up from people that have done stuff for us as well. And if we give to one, is somebody else gonna stand in front of us and expect us to give to another one next year? That's my only concern.
Any other comments?
Well, I'd just like to get the record straight that half of this board, I wasn't on any committees when it came to me about the American Legion going into the Grove, whether they were gonna go where the old house was in the back or up front. This board sat right here and didn't even realize, half of them, that we owned the property. And I brought it to the attention, wouldn't that be a nice place to put it? Not thinking about the cost of how much money we put in it. I just knew the straightening of it was not going to ever happen, as far as because we couldn't purchase the land behind it. And I said, coming over the bridge, the right monument sitting out there with the flags and lights on it, that would be the first thing, and I thought it would be absolutely great. And we needed to check on it. There was no decisions made. The mayor came back the next meeting and said, well, that is good, but you know we've got $200,000 in that lot. That's the first I ever heard as far as the money. And I was sitting on the board when the property was bought. I should have known. I didn't know what it cost to take the house down, but this was a big project that William Assengill really wanted to see happen, and Matt Zapp wanted to see it happen, so it was purchased by the town. I didn't think at that time that the town needed any more property to own. We didn't need to be in the real estate business, especially on Main Street, but it was for a DOT project. There was going to be a roundabout put there, and they wanted to straighten that road all the way through. That didn't happen. Next time I heard anything is, I can't believe that you came up with it and it was a done deal and you come up and not wanted it. I think it was a great idea. I think the mayor jumped the gun a little bit when he took everything, because we sat right here and we discussed that we needed more information to come back on that lot. And we did. Okay, I've heard since then, yeah, if the town does this, that the town is going to be responsible for taking down the tree, taking down the wall, keeping it maintained, and we would actually have the insurance on it, so if anybody broke a leg in walking or anything, the town was responsible. Well, I still hadn't seen the facts on what we're talking about doing. Are we talking about just, if we don't have anything going there, I still think it would be the prettiest place in town to have this memorial. But the town don't need to own it. If we do that, then we need to turn the property over. I don't know how we would do that.
Lease it.
But no, if you lease it, we'd still be on the deepest pocket would end up being the insurer, right?
If you own a piece of property and something happens, you're gonna get sued. You got insurance.
So would we just,
you wouldn't get sued.
would we write it off and donate that property to the American Legion?
You could. There's a procedure you could go through to do that.
Okay, and then they were responsible for the property.
There's no writing it off, though. I mean, the town don't pay taxes. So
Yeah.
There's no financial benefit to you doing that, but other than the civic one.
Well, then let me ask you this. If we leased it to them for $1 a year, and they claim, or you fix up some kind of ways that they are responsible for the upkeep, they're responsible for the tree, could you, what happens then? I mean, we lease it to them for $1 a year.
Right.
Stipulation, they are in control of all the maintenance. They're in control of anything that needs to happen and take place there. They are responsible. The town is no longer responsible. Is that possible?
It's possible. You do
for a long enough period of time, the amount of the money that's changing hands, and you're gonna have to go through a procedure similar to as if you were selling it. But that's just lots of paperwork and stuff to do in these meetings. You can do it. Just to understand one thing, you can put whatever stipulation in there you want about their responsibility, and they can completely 100% across the board indemnify you against any casualty if somebody were to be hurt. But if something happens out there as a property owner, you're still gonna be named in the suit.
Right.
So, but you can't guarantee yourself of that. So I don't know that really. You need to factor that into your considerations, but I don't know that it needs to chill you from considering it, because that would be the reality. No matter that's the reality there right now. If something goes out there and falls out of that tree, you're gonna get sued.
I feel like it's very premature because, to my knowledge, unless I'm wrong, nobody's talked with the Legion about doing a lease. And would somebody be willing to put $100,000 in the monument on a lease dirt that a future board in 4 or 5 years could say, oh, we're going to off-ramp off of that lease, and then they.
Now, we don't have to put the lease can extend. We don't have to say 1 year. We don't have to say 2 years. Mm-hmm. We could just lease it to them. I mean, forever, if that's what it takes, forever. I mean, I just think we owe them. These are citizens of this surrounding area. I'm not talking about what this organization might want and that organization might want, but I'm saying this is an ideal spot. It is something that not only the town people paid for, all citizens paid for. So everybody is entitled. It's just not one particular person's fight. So that is my thinking.
Well, and I think the things that Will's talking about can be worked out. There's a lot of it has been discussed. It's just not. It's not been voted on. It's not been brought to the board. But even last night we were talking about how we could build up a fund to operate the park with, and so those things can be worked out. Right now, it's what she's saying. Do we want to build the Veterans Memorial at 506 East Main Street?
What you need to consider too about this lease question, and I've always hesitant to try to interject myself beyond just giving you legal advice, but just remember, you do it for 5 years, you do it for 10 years, you do it for 5 years and renews year to year, whatever you want to do for some long period of time. You put a memorial out there as a permanent installation there, and it belongs to you because you're just leasing it to a tenant, and you can't conclude that whenever the lease provides for your conclusion of it, but consider the community political ramifications of shutting down and removing a Veterans Memorial.
It'd be like turning to Christ.
It would not be a popular move if whoever called you up and said, "I'll sell you that lot if you want to." If the Thornton heirs called you up and said, "I'll sell you that lot. You want to straighten out the street," or some other entity called up and said, "I'll pay $800,000 for it." I mean, are you then in that position to say, "Well, okay, we'll move the Veterans lot or the Veterans Memorial"?
That's why I said either we're in all the way to make a deal and see if they want the deal as far as purchasing the lot for $1 or whatever that it would take, or that we think that we need to do something else with. We need to give them some options so they can sit down and say, look, we don't want these stipulations, we don't want to lease it. We're going to go right out to the American Legion where we got the land and we're going to do it there, or we're going to do it somewhere else. The input that I've got from the Legion members, and I am not a Legion member. I was not in the service. My granddaddy was. My aunts, they're all in the American Legion Women's Auxiliary. Aunt Marguerite is still the oldest auxiliary member there. But we need to give them what they're looking for and let them make a decision whether they want. I've been told by a Legion member, that y'all were gonna take the tree down. Another Legion member came to me and said, that tree ain't coming down no matter what you do. They've got to make a decision what they want to do with the lot. Either we give them the options of our options, well, we decide to keep it, we're gonna lease it to you, or we're gonna sell it to you for $1 and then y'all put whatever you want. I think in a lease, it's just like you said. Whatever they come up with, whatever monument, it's gonna be permanent. It's not gonna be a 5-year thing or a 25-year thing, it's gonna be permanent.
One thing to consider too about selling it to them is that you have satisfied one thing that makes your attorney and your insurance carrier very happy, and that's you don't own it anymore. So it's not a source of liability for you, but you also don't control it, and another entity does, and it's a focal point of your town. So if you give it to another entity, and the town being would be considered the most perpetual entity in the town is the town. Even a nonprofit could go defunct, or have less membership or something like that. So that's something to consider too. That if you give it, even if you gave it to some other sort of civic organization or a trust, that trust has to be funded by some source, and you have to start considering things like that. So just not trying to add more to this quagmire.
Could you not put those options on the table to them, and then in the event 50 years from now, they decide to do away with it, then it goes back to the town?
You could put a restriction in the deed.
Yeah.
You could.
That it goes back to the town
So you could
property
make it where
because
they couldn't buy it for $1, and 2 years from now go, well, it didn't work out, we're selling
You're
it.
selling it for $500,000.
That's right.
You could put a right of first refusal on it, or some sort of option to purchase it. You can start doing these things, but it's complexity. It's doable, it's complexity. And things like that are very much doable, viable, enforceable options when it comes to real property transactions for 5, 10, 15, 20 years even. But when you start talking about something like the existence of a municipality and a memorial located in the middle of it, you're not putting it there even for 20 years. It's 50, 75 years, and we're all dead and gone, and it's still intended to be there. And some of these things, you start going back and looking back a deed from 100 years ago about some restriction where someone gave the town some land for some purpose or something. I mean, I've got into that in my time representing the town, where there's been questions about stuff like that that's 100 years old. So
I think here's the biggest concern for me to lease, and I'm a member of the Sons of the Legion, which doesn't mean anything other than my dad was a member of the Legion because he served, and so I am a member of the Sons of the American Legion, and this is the fact, and this is what concerns me about the lease option. And the commander sitting back there, he can probably come up here and have this conversation, and we can probably make some decisions tonight. But the fact of the matter is, in 10 or 15, 20 years, Legion's not going to be there. Lions Club not going to be there. None of those civic clubs are going to be there anymore, because we are losing members faster than we are gaining members, because members are dying, members are not joining. Does that make sense? And that is just a lack of civic duty and civilization, I guess, is the best way for me to put that. So if you lease them the property for 10 or 15 years, this is what I don't want to see as a member of the Legion, and we say all of it's on you. When there's not a Legion in 15 or 20 years, what happens? Does the town then decide they're going to take up and take over it? Or does the town not decide they're going to take over and take over it?
Well, the Veterans Memorial is not going to go away.
You don't, if it's on a lease, it could. It could absolutely. I mean, if it's on a lease, it absolutely.
Memorial, I don't know if this is what the mayor's talking about, but the memorial wouldn't.
Well, their right for it to be on the land could go away. And so that's why I say the question for the board is, not all these stipulations, are we willing to give them a $200,000 piece of dirt? That's the question. Are we going to give them the dirt, or are we as a town going to say, you know what, we want to do a Veterans Memorial as a town, and we pick a piece of dirt as a town piece of dirt, and we dedicate it to them and say, we're going to take it as a town cost, as town real estate, that way it never goes away, and it's always looked after. That's the decision for this board to make. Are we going to create this as part of our Parks and Rec organization and put Matt Smith in charge of looking after it?
No,
No?
no. Man, who's back there?
George
It's
Martin.
George. Let him speak.
Mm.
Come on up here.
Come up, George.
You not talked enough tonight, Mr. George.
Yes, sir. At ease.
I don't think you have to be sworn in.
No, I'm giving the mic
Alright.
they couldn't hear him earlier on.
I would like to say one thing as to my learned attorney friend over here. One thing he needs to know is that American Legion property, even though it's deeded to Banner Post 109 here in town, we cannot sell or dispose of anything without national. So you got to understand, even if we were to purchase the property, Raleigh and National still has the final say as to how we can dispose of it. I don't know how that came about, but that's the way it is.
But we could still set up a Veterans Memorial and let them own it, but it would have to be an organization that had federal ID numbers and all that.
Like a nonprofit.
Yeah.
Well, would not the Veterans and Affairs, would you not be nonprofit?
We are a nonprofit.
They are, but what everything's talking about is a separate entity, something that was not under the control of a national or state organization, nonprofit.
It has to have state approval.
Right.
We sold a lot, down there, the new veterinarian is, and we had to get that approved, which is, it's in the bylaws for the state, so I don't know. I've never seen it before, but that's the way it is. It's just not in our hands, it's in state.
Well, let me ask you this. I think we've had this discussion a little bit before. Would that be in the fact that the Legion cannot sell Legion property, and y'all own plenty of property off of 301? Why has that not been considered as a spot for the memorial?
You mean the Legion property?
Mm-hmm.
Well, with all due respect, that's Plan B.
Okay, all right.
I have a meeting with my board Thursday night, depending on what's done here.
Right.
And it's been discussed, and it's Plan B. Now, you understand that, I try to go away from the legal side because I've done it so long, but if I agree with the statement that was made earlier about how long the Legion's going to be there, I don't know. But a memorial should be permanent, and it's a real, and what we're going to have is going to be a real honor to our citizens, regardless, whether it's put down on Main Street or whether we just had our parking lot paved and other things at the Legion. It's going to be, it'll speak well for this town and for the veterans. I can assure you that.
More people would see it sitting on Main Street
Absolutely.
than anywhere else.
But then you get it, and you get into questions about ownership and liability insurance and maintenance, and it's still town property, even with a lease. And I mean, the town has sovereign immunity, but at the same time, you got a lot of factors in play.
What do you think the wishes of your board would be, whether we end up giving the Legion this property, or you wouldn't want the property to maintain it and do whatever, and 301? I knew 301 was brought up to me as far as that was Plan B, and y'all are going to meet Thursday night, I think, to discuss it. And it was told to me that if we had anything in mind for this property, they understood to sell. But if not, it would be a beautiful place to have it coming in. And that's all I thought about the whole time. I didn't realize the cost and what we had at the time, people looking property, George. But I am not sitting on this board, I'm not for a lease of any kind. If we did anything with the property, it was gonna either be a gift or we were gonna sell it to you for $1, whatever legally that we could do, and then you could discuss with your board, if y'all owned it, whether that tree comes down or how you were gonna get it down, because you got some Legion members that said that tree ain't coming down, but y'all can't put a monument up there and the flags with the lights and stuff that any drawings I've seen without that tree coming down.
Well, I've heard the same complaints that you stated about the tree. There's strong feelings about that tree.
Yeah.
I mean, the more you talk to people, there's strong feelings about it. I still feel that lot would be the best place a nice memorial with flags and all when you come into town would speak well for us. There's a lot of hard feelings about cutting that tree down, I can tell you that.
Well, let me ask you, and this is the way I'm trying to look at this, and this is the way, I'm trying not to get involved in the dirt and this and the liability and all this stuff, because basically what we're doing at this point in time, whether we give you dirt or whether we give you an annual stipend like we do all of the rest of these nonprofits every year in our budget, we're giving you a donation. So the board has to decide, are we gonna give you a $200,000 taxpayer-paid piece of dirt, and y'all be satisfied with that, and y'all look after everything and do all of that? Or we could set up an ongoing annual donation to the American Legion to help fund and look after it. That's another option as a donation.
So how much also, one of the questions that goes with that is how much will it cost? How much will it cost to take the tree down? $10,000, $100? You know, I don't know.
A lot. I don't know.
I think what you're looking for is whether we're gonna let y'all be out there on that lawn, correct? Okay.
And let y'all deal with the
And then
tree.
y'all can figure out if y'all, the lease part, y'all wanna buy it for $1 or whatever.
But you know, anything that we would have done with that, whether we would have sold it, it would have been up to Bojangles or McDonald's or anybody to remove that tree.
Oh, yeah.
So the town people would not have even had a issue with the tree
Right.
because they would have brought it down. Now, that's gonna be, if we do this, it's gonna be up to the Legion as to how they're gonna work around it or take it down.
I know I don't want to be here till midnight, but I want to go another way too, that I've realized lately because of my situation. Why did we decide not to go with the back of the grove? What was the reason for that?
Yeah,
The reason why I say
It
that
was not visible.
is because I got grandchildren, and I have been out to the playground many times, and I have seen other people out at the playground many times. And I think at some point we need to. I'll chip money in on it too, just not say it, but I'll back it up. We need to make that playground way nicer.
Well, you see, it already is. I'm on Parks and Rec, and they have just been approved another $50,000 worth of equipment to go in there, because what's out there now, Max, is dangerous. There's some of it coming apart, but that is handled through Parks and Rec.
And that's another good point, is the fact that in a year ago, maybe a year ago, we sat here and we said the town is property poor. We own too many properties, and we started liquidating properties, and that makes money for the town to go toward town's projects. We've got $200,000 in that lot, and I'm not an appraiser, but that's probably a $500,000 lot. And so will we be better off to dedicate another piece or parcel of town that is already under town control versus adding more to the park? Because I believe, this is my belief, and I may not agree with me, a Veterans Memorial Park is a park, and I believe if we're going to do it, it needs to be under Parks and Rec, so that if the Legion goes away in 25 years, it is taken care of and it is there forever. And we don't have to worry about a lease being broken or moving a memorial. It is town property at that point in time, and I don't know how you do that legally, Ike. I don't know if we can take a donation toward town property to build a memorial park or something. Yeah, we can. We just did it for Part F. So for naming rights or whatever, and we say, hey, the Legion, y'all go raise $100,000. We're going to build you a park right here. We're going to name it the Benson Banner Post 109 Veterans Memorial, or whatever they want. But it needs to be under a town structure to be taken care of, because, no offense, my dad's not here anymore, And the Legion's
I
not
take
gonna be
that.
there forever.
I
I mean,
take
no
that.
offense.
I
I mean,
take
in
that.
25 years, the Legion is most likely not gonna be there. And and if we're gonna spend this money, if I'm gonna donate money and you're gonna donate money and we're gonna spend this money, I want it to be there for my children to see when they're grown. You know what I mean? And that's the way I look at it. I want them to be able to go see their granddaddy's brick, you know, when they're grown. And so I think that it's important that we think about this and not shotgun too quick, because I do think it needs to be either on town property or on Legion property. What concerns me about it being on Legion property, I think, is their concern when we talked about it, is what happens when the Legion goes away? What happens to that property? We don't know because it's up to Raleigh. Nobody knows what happens to that property. You know,
They would have to approve it,
Right.
you know, whatever we do, but it'll be there.
If we put it on an existing park, or do we make that a park? And that's where that's where you have to make the business decision. That's what are we okay with adding another park to our system and paying $200,000 for it? Or would it be better to give them a corner of the grove? I mean, the first drawing was a 30 by 30. We can put that on any piece of dirt in the world. I mean, it's not that big. I mean, do we put it on the front of the grove? But then you have to go the political route, and I'm just saying it. Are we ready to stand down the Singing Grove Convention and tell them we're taking 30 by 30 from the Singing Grove?
Can I make
We
a,
really don't have any other town property that Dean's putting at, Veterans Memorial anyway. We have limited property as it is.
can I make a suggestion? And you guys can shoot it down, but if our concern is taxpayers, what their thought is. And I don't want to say let's push it another 2 weeks, but why don't we advertise a public hearing and we allow the public to come in and give us their opinion on, is this a good location for a Veterans Park? Are they okay with us giving this piece of land? I mean, like I said, you can turn it down, but I'm thinking we're talking about taxpayers' money. Let's give the public an opportunity to voice their opinion.
We either want to deal with the Veterans Memorial, or we want to get completely out of it and the town keep it. What we're trying to decide tonight is, are we going to allow the memorial to be built at 506 East Main Street? That's the whole question.
507.
507.
And one more question. This might be heresy here. This might be the worst one I've said, but what about at the front of the grove? What is there now? What's in that circle? I don't remember. Is it just North Carolina flags, or?
We walked out there and we looked at that. We walked the front of the grove, and I said, what if we incorporated it into the grove?
That's
You
what
go
I'm
in the
thinking.
bricks and you have the benches and the flags around the circle there of the grove, and you put the memorial there. Everybody's scared about what the public's going to think, and that's why I think Kim's getting the beat. We need to figure out what the public wants us to do with it. I mean, and this is just my thought, and I mean, but sometimes I'm too harsh. I understand that. If I've got a $200,000 piece of dirt and I can sell it for $500,000, I can sell it, repay the taxpayers, and then I can make a $100,000 donation to put that park wherever it needs to go as a town commissioner. That's the way I look at it. And then it helps them pay for it. It's underneath the town's umbrella. We've gotten rid of a piece of excess dirt. We're better utilizing the dirt that we've got, and it'll be maintained for as long as the town of Benson is in existence. That's the way I look at it. But again, I don't hope that they can come out harsh, but that's just
So what Jerry said, I don't understand. We have to decide tonight whether it goes on the
They're
tree
gonna
lot
have a
or-
meeting, they're gonna have a meeting Thursday night to decide. Now,
So what are y'all opposed to, George?
Sir?
Which option are you opposed to?
I don't know what options we got yet.
Well,
We got,
let's take-
I got Main
No.
Street, and Plan B is, I can put something at the Legion, I got a place for it.
Okay.
I've got $73,000 in the bank right now, and I can raise a lot more. It just depends on where it goes. This town's gonna support
that
it.
back corner
This
of-
town will support it wherever it goes.
That back corner of the grove, that's not Plan C. I'm just asking.
It was brought up, and I didn't think that would fly, so.
What about the front of the grove?
Veterans in this town want to build it there, but they want to know whether they can build it
Max,
there.
it's either gonna go there or it's gonna go to the 301 American Legion. They've already decided on that, depending on what we do. I like the idea of give it back to the public, because I really do think the ones that would respond to it are the ones that were sitting up here 7, 8 years ago when we bought it, and I think they would be all about having a memorial and us giving it to the American Legion.
What is
I'm
the
not
Ameri-
worried about the town, I'm not worried about Parks and Rec. I don't want it in Parks and Rec for something else that we would still own it. I'd rather, let the state, you've got a national commander that sat right up here on this board. I think it would be probably an honor to him for us to do something with it on this route. But if we don't, they're not gonna go back to, the Grove and look at anything else. They're gonna go to their Plan B, from what I understand right now. And that is 301 at the Armory. They've got the property, they've got the money, they've got some big investors that are planning on seeing it done right.
So we just need to make, vote on whether we're gonna allow them to go out there or not, and all the legalities about, can we word out after that?
That's exactly right.
And that's
but-
my motion on the floor.
What was the motion?
My motion is to allow the veterans to use that lot. And we can work out the logistics.
There'll have to be
No.
a procedure that.
I see some issues with that. I'm seeing, what if the tree's $50,000 to cut down?
Well, that's, I
It's
mean.
$1,500 is what it costs me to
Let's say
get that
what
big
if, I'm
one
just
out of
talking
my
about what
yard.
if, and what we don't understand, we don't have a list of what our costs would be. You know, I'm
But-
just saying,
I-
we don't have a way of judging until we know
If
what
we
the options are.
give them the lot,
Yeah,
so
then
it's
it's
on
their
the dollar,
job.
then it's there.
That's exactly right.
So,
It's like that property that Benson gave y'all, that was $1. Do you remember the Benson Elementary School over there? Remember that property?
Yeah.
All right then, same difference.
Now, you're sitting in a dollar, dinosaur right now.
And another one
Keeps on
that you
giving.
tore down that cost them half, I don't know, a
Okay.
fortune. All right, so that
Yeah,
was
you
one
can
too.
still keep pouring money in it. That's not what we're talking about right here. I think, a lease would be out. I think it ought to go, have a public hearing, give it 30 days, and us bring it back, and whatever we, pros and cons that we hear, we make a decision to give it to them, or we make a decision, they're out, and they can go to 301.
so she's got a motion to approve for them to go out there. Are you saying do a public hearing on top of that after, say like they got approved for whether we
No.
lease or whatever?
Her motion was not, she didn't say lease, she didn't say give it, she didn't say anything. She's gonna have to put more into her motion before I would ever vote on it.
Well, that's fine.
Oh.
I like the idea of the public hearing. I like the idea of getting, we're spending public dollars. I mean, that's the way it is. I think the people should have a say in it. I think we've got other properties that the people might come up with. I mean, we've not talked about Benton Square. I know I'm dealing with your parking lot over there, but I mean, I just got a text about that. So I'm just saying, I mean, people are like, hey, what about Benton Square on the corner of 301 in Maine? I don't know. I don't know what the options are, and that's where I say, I think that, and all due respect, I know you've been working on this a long time. I don't think good decisions come quickly, and so I think that we need to go back and see what we're doing and make sure that we're doing what the public wants us to do with the money that we've already spent.
Let me ask you, Kim and Ike, how hard is this to put together?
A public hearing?
A public hearing to get some of the townspeople's comments as far as what we should do with this.
We can advertise it on
Does
Facebook.
it has to be done in 30 days? Does it have to do, can we?
You're not talking about having a public hearing as far as what I've been listening to. You're not talking about having a legally required public hearing.
That's what I'm asking.
We're just having an input.
Just having an input session, yeah.
Input session, so.
We could send out a survey.
See, whether or not you
Okay.
say you wanna sell it to them, give it to
Which
them,
town?
or lease it to them, is gonna depend on what kind of procedure you're gonna have to go through. But Kim's suggestion, I think what y'all are two talking about is, let's just
We
have
can
a
have
public
Tyler
hearing
send
our
out a
next
survey.
meeting, and get as many people in here to give their opinion to the board as we can.
And they can-
There's no requirement.
Yeah, I mean, and they can send in their opinion as well. They don't necessarily have to come. We can compile their opinions on a sheet of paper as well for everybody to see. But that's my suggestion. If our concern is what the public output is going to be if we allow this memorial to go on that property, then allow the public to have some say.
George, would we be given that much time? I know y'all want to make a decision Thursday, but in us doing this to find out the public opinion on it, if we are going to do it, if we're going to do it the end of this month at our next meeting, could y'all give us that time?
Absolutely, because we've got Plan B in place, you know, but there's a lot of legalities and stuff that has to be ironed out at some point about ownership, liability problems and all that. I have no problem with having a hearing on it and might get some ideas about different from what we are about what they want to bring.
Yeah.
Just keep kicking it down the road, and it'll be about another year from that, we'll get started on it.
Well, I think
It's absolutely crazy, and if I were you, and I was commander of the American Legion, I would go there Thursday and say, let's say the hell with the town, and let's go ahead and build it out here.
Well, Jerry, I'm glad you feel like that, man. I really am. That just shows me what you got going. I mean, this whole thing could have been eased right out. I think this is the right way to do it, and George is in agreement with it. We're not going to drag it out a year.
I think it would be our responsibility to get input of the public
Well,
before we gave away their
We'll
lot.
say this, you may not need it after Thursday night,
That's right.
okay?
They're not gonna wait.
Well, that's what I just asked you, did you?
Yeah,
I do have a
problem.
motion. I do have a motion.
I understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
and you know, you asked me, do you think it's the way to go? Fine, but
All right, tell us
Also
what
got
your
Plan
motion
B.
is, and we're gonna vote on it.
I call Commissioner Holly's motion, or Angie, was somebody said, you want to know whether or not we're going to go, let you go, I think Commissioner McClam said, out here on Main Street, and Commissioner Holly said, and I make that my motion.
And we work out the legalities.
And work out the legalities of it.
The lot.
The lot on Main Street.
Yes.
That's her motion.
That's her motion. No, without any,
So we're tied into putting them on Main Street no matter what we work out later.
Right.
well, you would approve it now, subject to, you're gonna have to go through a legal process, whether you give it to them, sell it to them, or lease it to them.
So,
And without going through that process, you haven't legally demised it to any entity. So you've got to go through a statutory process.
Yeah.
Depending on which one you choose is gonna be what I'm gonna tell you how to do. So, but that's not Commissioner Holly's motion, it was just to approve the citing of the memorial on the Main Street lot.
Is that your motion?
I don't even know what my motion is, I'm gonna be honest.
Well, don't let me, I'm not, let me put words in your mouth, that was what I.
Alright,
What did you
is
say?
that my motion?
Yes, that's her motion, that she's made a motion to approve placing the memorial on 507 East Main Street.
Alright.
Is that do you agree with that motion?
I'm the only one maybe, but I don't get how we can make a decision on that if we don't know whether we're giving it, selling it, buying it, renting it, or anything else.
You work that out.
We're not,
Yeah,
well,
everybody
that's like
says
the
the devil's in the
lines.
details, and the details is where we end up losing every time we get into a conversation. I'm just saying that right
That's right. The details are the important part. You know,
now. I mean,
do we sell it to them for $1, or do we sell it to them for $1 million? Do we rent it to them for $1, or rent it to them for $1 million? Do we give it to them and take the responsibility of this? Do we not
and
do
it's
that?
obvious that all of us have different opinions. We already said it. He doesn't want it to be within the town. I would rather it be in the town jurisdiction for us to look after. The public's gonna have just as many different, if there's 6 of us that can't come to a consensus, there's gonna be a lot of difference opinion in the public as well when you add 2,800 more people to that.
All right, there's a motion on the floor, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
All right, raise your hand for the ayes. 3. Raise your hand for the noes. I reckon the mayor will have to break the tie in favor of it. And we'll see what they say Thursday night.
At such point in time as you are prepared to, you'll have to decide, because there will be a procedure that you'll have to go through to approve how that looks legally.
So just to be clear, with this approval, no public hearing on Thursday. So, all right.
Do what?
With this approval, no public hearing will be held at the next board meeting. So,
Well, that's up to you.
no, it's approved. There's no need to now. So that's, I'm just making it clear, there's no need to. Yeah.
Update on downtown parking.
Okay.
Kimberly.
So at the last meeting, we talked about downtown parking. Specifically, we were discussing Market Street, and I was asked to go back and talk to the 3 property owners at the end of Market Street about that lot. So we're going to say there's property owner A, B, and C. Okay? I talked with A, gave them kind of the rundown. That particular person is a business owner, so they understand the process. Property owner B and C are related, so I talked to B, who relayed information to C, and essentially both came back and said whatever A does, we're fine with. A had also talked to the business owner that came to us. So she, when I talked to her on the 7th, was leaning more towards allowing the business owner to rent that lot out so that business owner could put signs up and properly notice that these are the businesses that are allowed to park in this lot, and then they're allowed to tow. So that is ultimately, she told me she was going to go back, speak with her spouse about it further, but that was where they were leaning at that point. And she was going to text me and let me know when the final decision was made, but that was really where she was leaning. So that is the Market Street lot that we all discussed. As I stated, if the town takes over that lot, then it's still public parking. I can't designate to a store. I think for the business owners on that street, that's probably the best option. So as far as I know, that was really the major crux of downtown parking. So for me, this would be kind of now done, unless y'all tell me otherwise, that there's more that needs to be done. But that was really the main focus, was Market Street as far as parking was concerned. And I think that if the owner of that lot does that with the business owner, then that kind of takes that off the table, and it's done.
So you're saying the owner of that property would place signs for certain businesses
So
park there, and with the notice of towing and parking illegal?
Yeah, so the business owners would actually lease the lot from the property owners and put signs up, and so it would be their responsibility. And I think that's really the best option, because if we do it, we can upfit it, we can make it look great, but it's public parking. I can't help those businesses if the town owns it.
Now, who's gonna be responsible? Would it be the police department? Who would be responsible for monitoring? Because most areas like that in Raleigh or other cities, there's somebody monitoring, and they know someone's been parked there too long.
It would be considered a private lot, so it would be the responsibility of the owners that are renting the lot.
Usually, because this happened to me in Raleigh.
Yeah, me too.
That you parked, I didn't realize it, and it was a company truck, parked it in this lot, and it said signs on there, parking for so-and-so, customers only. Tow truck driver was sitting in the back of the lot back there, saw that I walked to this other business, come and hooked to the company truck and lifted it up.
That happened to me, and they towed all the way out to the airport.
So whoever the towing company is, that's gonna be the one that's gonna enforce it.
Because I was wondering who's gonna be monitoring.
I've got one question, and this may be coming in a repaving. It's not about that lot. It's just about parking on Parish Drive in general, because there's been some close encounters coming off of railroad streets onto Parish Drive, turning left or right there before the railroad track, and also on Market Street there. When people are there parking, they're parking down Parish down the side. That's not striped at all, so they're getting really close to the street. So when you pull up, you can't see. There's no sight triangle there. So I'm just wondering, how hard would it be for us to go and actually maybe mark those X's out, maybe pencil in some parking spaces? If they're going to park down there, we can keep them away from the intersection far enough for people to see.
No, it shouldn't be hard. Okay. I can talk to Jeremy about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Discussion of town manager's salary.
All right, great. First of all, before we get started,
Mr. Alan Reddish is on from the
This is
Mercer
the-
Group. And I want to say, I hope you all join me in really thanking him for being patient, because he's been on this meeting since we started 3 hours ago. And he's had nothing to say until now, but I'm going to start real quick, briefly. This is,
Make sure he can hear him, they can hear him.
yeah, can you hear Mr. Allen?
Yes, I can. It's a little hard, but I think I can hear everything.
You might, that might just be me, because I'm not talking in the microphone. So, this has come back now, I think, a couple times, at least 2 meetings. This will be the 3rd. We need to, just to get to the heart of the matter, 2 items need to be decided by this board to really kick this manager search process off. You need to decide upon your time frame. I put all this in front of you. Most of it all you had, except for the most updated spreadsheet for what local towns I was able to get either the current town manager salaries or the current range, if we were able to find that. It looks like an Excel spreadsheet printout. And then the 2 items from Mr. Reddish at the Mercer Group. First thing, the proposed manager search work plan and the schedule. We've had that for a little while. We need to decide on the schedule. And then a big part of them getting their recruitment materials out and brochure is the salary range. And the last meeting, the board asked me to go back and give you these 2 items, what the local municipalities are paying and in their range, and what would be the recommendation of the Mercer Group. So you have both of those items. Recommendation of the Mercer Group is 100 to 120, and you can see what information for what you make of it. Some of it's probably not the most helpful thing in the world when you start looking at a town like Garner that's paying 200,000, over 200,000, and then someone real small like Princeton that's paying 70 to 100. But you know, for what it's worth, there's that for you to consider. I know you may have questions for Mr. Reddish about the salary range, about the proposed timeline. I've been in contact with he and his office. They're real great to work with. But before they can really go full bore on doing their job to help you find some qualified candidates, they need to know these 2 items. So, I don't know, Alan, if you want to just be here to answer questions, if you have some prepared remarks for the board, let's go ahead.
Yes. First, let me say I appreciate the confidence you folks have placed in us, allowing us to partner with you as you move to make this decision. And we are very experienced in doing this. We think we can be helpful to you. It is your process. However, there are certain things that have to happen if we're going to have success at the end of this. As I mentioned, there are 2 areas I want to focus on a minute. So if you'll give me just a few minutes, I know you've had a long meeting and there's other things on the agenda, so I will not take a lot of time, but I will be open to questions. I'm assuming that you have 2 documents in front of you. One says Town of Benson Town Manager Search Mercer Work Plan at the top, and it has a calendar of dates at the bottom of that page. The items at the top are the basic steps that we go through to complete this manager search. And again, I will not read all this to you, but I do want to highlight a few things so that you'll know how this is done. The first one is when we do a position analysis, meaning we try to understand what the position is so we can talk to candidates about what Benson expects of them and what the job is about. And the main way we do that is we would interview each of you elected officials individually. I would send you 4 to 5 questions before that interview time, and it would take us about 45 minutes maybe to do that. We would do that interview by phone, and they would be in individual interviews. Once we do that, then we'll put together a recruitment brochure that, based upon all the information that we have gathered, and then we will begin the recruitment process itself. We know that if you don't do your work up front right, then you can't make good decisions at the end of this process. So we take some time to get this right, meaning that the recruitment process will be very targeted to people who do the kind of work that you're looking for. And we will, while doing a national search, we're really going to focus on the Southeast and the state of North Carolina. But you just never know where a good candidate may come from. That's a 30 to 40-day process. Once that's completed, then we, being the Mercer Group, will evaluate all the resumes that we get. We'll screen them against that position analysis profile that we put together earlier. And based upon that, we will bring to you what we will call our short list. And that would be short list, hopefully, of 5 to 7 candidates. that we think you ought to know more about, with the idea that we would ask you to help us work that list down to 4 to 5. And that would be based upon all the information that we've gathered up to that particular point. I would be present with you at that particular meeting, and we would talk through those candidates. The candidates will not be present at that particular point. Once you narrow that down to 4 to 5 candidates, then we will do a much more extensive background check to include such things as all the references, their educational attainment, the criminal record checks, credit reports, work history, and what is so important this day and time is to do a good social media internet check. You don't want something to pop up later on that will be a surprise to you about what they've been doing out on the internet or whatever they're about. So we'll do all those kind of background checks as well. Once that's done, then we would begin the interview process. Before we start that process, you will know, make a decision as to the kind of process that you want. We'll give you some options with that. We will provide you a complete interview package, which means everything we've gathered about those 4 to 5 candidates to date. We will provide to you a report that would be in that interview package on each candidate. That report's about 10 pages long. And in that report will be the reference information. We would also have information from a questionnaire that we would provide to each candidate. Also, in your interview package will be interview questions that we would suggest that you might want to use. They're just suggested questions, but you could conduct a complete interview of all these candidates if you just spend a little time reading the notebook that we would send to you prior to the interview. You'll have plenty of time to go over that. We would arrange that interview, of course, in Benson, and I and Lisa Ward, who is one of my associates, we will be the persons working your project from the very beginning. We will be there to help facilitate the interview, but it will be your interview. So those are the main components of the process. The schedule is the one that we really need to be sure we're on the same track on, is at the bottom. You should have a sheet that's probably got 3 dates highlighted in yellow. The first one being July the 18th through the 25th, that's next week. And that's when we start doing these interviews I just mentioned to you, and we put together the position analysis. That we will take a few days to do that. So that's a date, that's a week you need to think about. We'll call you and set up a time that's convenient for each of you during that period of time. May even get a couple of you this Friday, but that would be the earliest that we would start. Again, I will not go through all this. You can see the other items and the dates that go with it. I want to go down to the one that says the mayor and commission, that's M&C, approval of the semifinalists. That's when we're going to bring our short list to you of 5 to 7 candidates and want you to help us work it down to 4 to 5. And the date that we have established for that, trying to work around what we understand your meeting schedule to be, is September the 12th. That meeting will last about 2 hours, and we're open to do it whenever you want to do it, day or evening. And I will be present with you, as I mentioned a minute ago, for that meeting, and Ms. Ward will probably join us by Zoom for that particular meeting. The next date that you see highlighted is when we interview the candidates. The date that we've established for that, again, trying to work around your meeting schedule, is October the 6th. And it depends upon how many candidates that you interview. I would say probably a minimum you're going to have 4. That's going to take a good part of the day. We start in the morning, somewhere between 8 and 8:30, and we'll be through by early afternoon. So that's a pretty good day's work right there. Again, me looking at your calendar when you meet, it would seem to me that you probably could officially appoint your new city manager not later than October the 14th. I understand that your interim is in place at least until the end of the year. The new candidate, if they're nearby, would not require much time to relocate if it is somebody that's outside of your community. But even if it is somebody outside your community, somewhere around the first half of November, they could be on board if you want them there that early. So that is the calendar as we have laid it out. One of the things I would tell you is we pride ourselves on staying on schedule. We know that you have things to do. You want this position filled as soon as possible, as long as it meets the needs that you're looking for. and we're going to work very hard for us to stay on schedule. There's a lot of reasons to do that. One is the job market being what it is, good candidates have options. And if this process begins to drag out very long, good candidates will take other positions or withdraw. So you want to stay on schedule and get this done as quickly as possible, as long as you're comfortable with the process. And the other thing is, obviously, we, Mercer Group Associates, have other projects we're working on too. So if we get off schedule and we have to restructure it, we have to work around some other things that we probably already have in place out there as well. So for you and for us and the candidates, it's important that we try to stay on a reasonable calendar. So that, in a quick overview, is what we do and the time it would take for us to do it. I know you've seen this before, so I hope you're comfortable with these dates, and I will take any questions you may have.
I have a question. What is the outlook now as far as hiring new managers? Is it like a tough field right now, or?
You may want to talk closer to the mic.
I think you're asking what the state of the hiring is at this particular point.
Yes, sir.
That's a very good question.
Some
It is
jobs now
difficult.
are harder to fill.
It is a difficult job to find people, and it really is all the way down from the city manager to we do every department kind of head you can think of, and it's a real challenge out there. To be perfectly honest with you, this is not a reflection on Benson. I'm hoping we get 25 applications. We may not get that many. We don't do broad advertising places like Indeed.com and Gov.com. You get a lot of people who apply who really don't know anything about local government. You put the word manager with it, and somebody who is a local fast food management person will apply. Well, that's not who you're looking for. So we stay focused on people who understand the job. So if we get 25 applications, that's going to be a good day's work. I would not be surprised if you get less than those. At the end of the day, you don't really need but one good candidate. But the market out there is very difficult. Good candidates have options. Candidates are not moving like they used to. And there are a lot of people in local government who have retired during the pandemic. They said, look, I've decided I'm just not going back. So the pool is not real deep for good candidates for local government at this particular point.
So the salary range that you are suggesting, is that a good salary too for someone that may have a master's degree, like an MPA or something like that?
Can I hold that question for just a minute?
Yes.
And make sure I got all the calendar information correct. And that's a very good question. I want to answer it, but I want to stay on calendar just a second. These dates in yellow are critical if we're going to work this particular schedule. So I'm just hoping that you've had a chance to look at this before now, and these seem to work. So any questions about the particular dates that I can answer?
Alan, I apologize. I printed these in black and white. The ones
Okay, I'm
that
sorry.
he's talking about, I emailed to you, so if you got your computers up or your iPad or whatever, you can see what he's talking about. I believe the first critical date is the July 18th, 25th position analysis.
Yes, and for each commissioner, it just would be a 45 minutes sometimes during that time frame.
And then
the next critical date is that where it says M&C approval of semifinalists, September the 12th. That's a 2-hour meeting. Can be any time during the day you choose. And then the interview of candidates a little further down is October the 6th. And again, we'll start somewhere between 8 and 8:30 and finish early afternoon. So I'm again hoping that this is a calendar that works, and once it's consensus that it's a good calendar, then this is what we're going to do. We're going to be working hard to make every one of these dates, and I'm comfortable that we will.
I'm going to ask for a preferential treatment right now. Is there any way that we can move
Okay.
that 12th meetings in September?
I'm assuming, not hearing anything, it seems like it might be a workable calendar.
Hold on 1 second.
Hold on 1 second, Alan.
Hang on.
Okay.
And I'm asking my board as well. I'm not in town on September the 12th. I'm in town every other day that week. I was going to see, is there any way we can move that to another night that week?
If you'll hold just a second, I'll
I would also want y'all clarify with Mr. Reddish what time of the day that meeting is going to happen, because Mr. Reddish said day. This board generally meets at night, Mr. Reddish, so y'all might want everybody to get on the same page, because he'll need to attend that, and he's in Georgia, so.
There is a good possibility we could do that meeting on the 13th if that works. But I need to confirm with my
How
associate
long will that
person.
meeting take? Because we already have a board meeting scheduled that night on the 13th.
Yeah, that's the reason I guess that's the reason I skipped that date. So let's think about this. Again, let me do a little checking, but is Friday the 9th or the 14th workable?
I can do Friday the 9th. September. Well, what time of day are we talking about, too? Let's talk about that.
That particular meeting, that choice is yours. You know, we like morning meetings, but we'll do whatever day, whatever time you say.
Well, we might need to look at a Saturday.
What, are y'all talking about the 14th?
Huh?
Y'all talking about the 14th?
I would go for Friday afternoon.
I thought it was the 9th we were
Okay,
talking about.
Just making sure, because we're making sure that there's not somebody else in this room.
Right.
Not that you can't go somewhere else, you go fire department or something, I guess it doesn't really matter.
Okay. And I'm going to say to you, and I'm going to defer to Ike on this, but that meeting and the 14th of October interview meetings, I would think would be qualified for executive session discussions.
Right. Yeah, they would.
I'm out here on the 14th either.
So it doesn't have to necessarily be in this room. It could be wherever. It could be a conference room or whatever you want.
Right. It doesn't need to be.
I need to have access to internet because we will be bringing some candidate videos for you to see on that particular day.
He's talking about meeting during the daytime, though.
So are we leaning towards the 9th? Is that what you're saying, or the 14th?
It's my anniversary. That'll be great. So I would take the 9th. I think the question is going to be what time are y'all going to be able to be here, because some of y'all work.
You got that right.
We'll be here at noon.
So can any of these be Saturday meetings?
This is up to y'all. Commissioner Holly asked if they could be Saturday meetings. This is.
I mean,
yes.
some of them, yeah.
Yes.
For y'all to discuss.
Does that work for you?
And again, we could do it on Saturday the 10th. My concern about doing it on the Saturday after that, the 17th, I think that's going to impact the rest of the calendar in a way that you don't want it to impact it. But 9th or the 10th would work.
The 5th. The 5th. We could do it on the 5th. Everybody's off work. Where you going?
So do we have a consensus on a date or not?
We're working on it.
Okay. I just can't hear everything, so I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
That's all right. I understand.
Interrupt.
The town clerk says she's not gonna be here, but you're gonna be in closed session the whole time, you're gonna come out of closed session, you're gonna adjourn the meeting. I don't know that you really need your full complement of
On what day? The 10th?
staffers. Do what?
The 10th. 10th is a Saturday.
Is that September 10th?
It is.
College football season.
It's my 17th anniversary.
Yeah, but ECU's playing.
Oh, is ECU playing? No, that's Trump's anniversary, right? I hope my wife's in the bed. I can make the 10th in the morning work. How long will that meeting last?
2 hours.
So September the 10th, have we got a consensus on that? It's a Saturday morning for 2 hours. Everybody good with the 10th? Other than my wife? All right.
Okay.
Let's look at the October one too, since that's an executive session. I think we're going to have a hard time meeting all of the schedules unless we look at a Saturday.
All right, so we are good for
September the 10th, yes.
And how would 10 o'clock suit you?
Late. What time y'all want to start?
10 is a good time.
10 o'clock. Just don't go over 2 hours.
I want to just note, it won't be able to be in this room. It'll have to be like in the downstairs basement room or maybe at the fire department, but it can't be in here, just heads up.
Okay.
I just need internet connection. That's what I need.
What about October the 8th?
You want to do it earlier? Does that sound like I'm hearing somebody think maybe 10 might be a little late?
Do it earlier than 10?
I'm a very early riser, so whatever time you choose, I'll be there.
Earlier than 10 on when?
On the 10th. I'm trying to get out of town for my anniversary. Could we start at like 8 or 9?
Well, ain't you so? Yeah.
That's my anniversary. My wife's going to kill me. Can we start around 8 o'clock? 8:30? 9?
Let's make it 8:30 and it'll happen.
Okay, 8:30 September the 10th.
Okay.
And then let's look at the October the 6th meeting, the interview. Could we do that on October the 8th? That's a Saturday morning. You won't be here for that?
I think that's all day,
Yeah.
I'm good with that too.
That's an all day.
That would be an all-day one.
That is October the what night?
Well, I mean, he's got it scheduled for the 6th, which I can do as well, but that's a Thursday, so y'all work. So I'm looking at y'all for input.
I do work. Saturday is going to be our best bet.
So the next Saturday would be October the 8th. And he said he's good with October the 8th. Are y'all good with October the 8th? October the 8th for the interviews.
Okay.
Start at 8:30?
Yes.
Again, that'll be in the basement room.
Okay.
Okay. Because we can talk logistics of where and how later. I just need to nail down a date. Okay. Any other questions about the calendar?
You've got us appointing him on a Friday, the 14th. Is that right? We wouldn't do that at a regular board meeting?
That's up to you. I didn't know how you do those kind of things. So after you have your interviews on the 8th and you have an agreement with a candidate, I'm sure you got to have a open session meeting where you officially appoint the new city manager.
Our meeting after the 8th would be the 11th, and that's why I'm saying if we made a decision on the 8th, could we make a decision that quickly to appoint them at the board?
Once again, let's assume you want to wait until I'm choosing a date here. Let's say you want to wait until the 17th to do it. That's fine.
Okay.
Once you have interviewed, you don't want to let a lot of time lapse between your interviews and your final decision.
Okay.
A few days won't matter.
Okay.
But you notice it says not later than the 14th, but that was just me choosing that date.
All right.
You choose whatever date that you want for that, because all the process will be completed at that point. You just have to do the official work of appointing someone to be spread upon your minutes.
Okay.
So why don't we leave it for the 14th right now, and you can decide on that after the interviews.
I'm okay with that. Are y'all okay with that? I think we're good with all of that.
Okay, well, good. Any other questions about the calendar then? Are we good with the calendar? All right. Okay, let me talk just a little bit about the salary information, and I'll get to the question that was asked just a minute ago. We were asked to give you a recommendation based upon any information that data we may have, plus what our experience is telling us. And we did give you a salary recommended range, and we call this our expected starting salary range. And obviously, a person maybe more qualified would be at the upper end of that. Someone maybe less qualified but still qualified to do the job would be at the lower end of that. That's a negotiated number between you and whoever it is that you ultimately want to appoint. But that's our recommended range to you. We base that on a couple things. One, certainly we looked at communities similar size to Benson, and we've had experience in recruiting managers in that size recently as well. A lot of our data came from the North Carolina League of Municipalities, where we looked at the latest salary survey they did, which was in 2020. And if you've ever looked at their information, they create bands of population groups. For example, the two that seem to be most appropriate for you was the smallest band, 2,500 to 4,099, and then populations of 5,000 up to 9,999. We understand from our research, the latest best projection of your current population is a little over 4,100, which is about a 25% increase from the census in 2010. And you're experiencing pretty close to a 2% annual growth at this particular point in population. What that tells me is you're almost knocking on the door of the second band, the 5,000 to 9,000 already, but you're going to be there quickly. If you're not, you need to be planning for that. So looking at those two bands, you'll notice at the bullet point that's the two bullet points in that middle of the page, the average salary of the two bands at this particular point is $105,930. What the salary data doesn't do is take into account what happened at least in the last 2 years. And what I would suggest to you is there's been some salary adjustments in the last 2 years. Well, I don't know what those are necessarily of all the 43 participants, cities who turned in the survey, but I would think a reasonable guess might be an average of about 5%. If you add that 5%, those numbers that they collected in 2000, the average then would go up to about 111,227. The last part of the letter that I sent to you really talks a little bit about the other thing the survey cannot do, and that is to reflect the challenging employment market that all cities and counties are experiencing right now since the pandemic, trying to hire good folks because of the great resignations going on out there and many early retirements. That was a question I responded to a little bit earlier. And what our experience has been is that cities are having to really pay more than they would like to at times. They're having to pay at the upper end of the recruiting range, not at the lower end, because there are so few candidates, and the good candidates, as I said a minute ago, do have options, and they are demanding to be paid a little differently than they were several years ago, because it's a supply and demand sort of thing. And a couple of examples I just want to point out to you. We actually, in June, just completed a city manager search in Georgia. It's Madison, Georgia. I'll tell you the name of it. They're almost exactly the same population as you. A very nice little community. I think we got 24 candidates for that particular one. Interviewed 4 candidates. It got down to 2, and those really 2 are the best ones for sure. And they ended up having to pay about $5,000 more than even advertised to get the kind of candidate that they wanted. Closer to home, but a different kind of community. But I want to point out the problem is true for small communities or large communities. We're currently conducting the city manager search for Jacksonville, North Carolina. Certainly much larger population than you. But when they looked at the same data that I'm telling you about, what they ultimately did was to set a expected salary hiring range of 185,000 to 210. The interesting thing about that is that's $30,000 at least, I think, somewhere in that neighborhood, more than they were paying their retiring manager. And they knew that they couldn't be competitive for a community that size at that particular number, and I believe they're right. So it is a seller's market out there for candidates who have good skills to sell. That's what it is. So you're not going to get a lot of candidates, and those that you get who are qualified may be asking for the higher salaries that are there. The question was, does this take into account persons who are more experienced and those who may have more educational background? And that's the reason for the range, is to say, well, let's see if we can negotiate somewhere in the middle or somewhere towards the end of that range, because maybe they don't have a master's degree, or maybe they have less experience than some other candidates you might be interested in. So it's to give that flexibility. At the end of the night, you can set this salary range wherever you want to set it. We're just going to share with you what we believe to be a good option for you based upon the experience that we are having. You don't want to go through this process and get virtually no applications because of a salary. That's expensive and it's time consuming, and you basically will start over when you start doing that. So you don't want to overpay anybody, but looking at what I've just shared with you and the spreadsheet that I gave to you, I don't think these numbers are out of line. And the last thing I'll say for you to keep in mind about setting salary is this. You're not just competing, really you're not competing pretty much with cities your size in the county in which you live, or maybe even right around you. You're competing with smaller communities or managers who are interested in smaller communities in the Southeast. It's not just what the next door city is paying whoever that next door city is. They may be paying higher or lower than you for reasons that don't even apply to Benson. So the average numbers are better than looking at just a single community. I would just say to you, you're not competing just locally, you're competing regionally to get some candidates. And so that's the other reason I was giving you that salary range to look at. And I'm hoping that salary range will generate you a fair number of candidates. So let me stop there and see if I can answer any questions about the salary projections, and then again, that's your decision to make, whichever you think works best for you.
I wasn't surprised. He hit right where I thought he was going to hit. So I don't have any issues with the 1 to 120. Do y'all have any issues with the 100 to 120?
Sounds right to me.
Everybody's okay with the 100 to 120?
Okay. If you are, if that's your consensus, that was the number that we will use. I don't see any reason for that change. That's a good number, so we'll be using that in all of our recruitment efforts. I will also tell you we'll be getting in touch with you very soon to set up a time to interview each of you individually, and we will send you the 4 to 5 questions we're going to talk about before we do the interview. So you'll know what we're going to talk about. You'll have time to think about it before we call you to do that. All right, any questions I can answer on either one of those, salaries or calendar again?
Alan, it's Ike here. One thing I was wondering, you asked me the other night, and you might want to take this up with the board, would be the question, because it's sort of tied to salary, would the board be willing to consider paying for relocation expenses? Because that's not really been discussed.
Here's the way we typically handle that, and here's what I would say to you. You don't have to assist any candidate to relocate to your community. I would say to you, though, it is getting to be somewhat the norm. Moving is expensive. And candidates who may be moving to your community, they don't want to start off having a sort of a deficit situation, so they're going to ask for some relocation assistance. The way we handle this in terms of advertising, if you're open to that, we simply say relocation assistance negotiable. And then we determine where the person's coming from and what your interest may be. We can give you some guidance on that as to how you might be able to help somebody relocate. But we would like to include that phrase in our recruitment materials. It says relocation assistance negotiable.
I certainly would be open to that.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody who's got any problem with that.
Okay, good. That's the way we'll handle it. And the actual numbers we'll talk about when we get to that point. Any other questions I can answer?
Thank you for your patience to get here tonight.
Okay, well, I know you got a long meeting, you got more to do. I'm going to leave the meeting. Once again, thank you for the confidence that you've shown with us. And we'll be calling you for the interview. And those other 2 days we'll be presently on site with you to take you through the rest of the process. So thank you very much. And I'll be still coordinating my work primarily through Ike.
Thank you, Alan.
All right, see y'all later.
All right, thank you.
Consider approval of purchase orders over $10,000.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the Westco 5,000 feet of electrical wire, the Clearwater new motor for potable water booster station, and the Martin Edwards tub grinding at Porter Street facility.
And remember, we added a number 4. But do you want me to mention number 4 before you do that?
I don't know what number 4 is.
Okay. And I'm sorry it was added late. We have in the budget for 2 F-150s for Public Works. I was in a meeting this morning that was talking about the windows for opportunity of ordering opens on Monday, and they don't have any prices yet. So I emailed our Chrissy from Fleet Enterprise and said, you know, what is it looking like as far as prices are concerned? And she actually came back and said that she had 2 F-150s that were ordered last year that the clients have decided they do not want. And so we have an opportunity, they would be here in October. We have an opportunity to go ahead and add 2 2022 F-150 Super Cabs to the Public Works fleet. They're on lease. The lease is a 60-month lease. It's just like we would do for the police department. It would be vehicles 2 and 3 in Public Works that would be under a lease. It's a 60-month term. It's $584.39 a month. If we don't get it until October, that's $10,519.02 for both vehicles for the fiscal year, and we budgeted $50,000. So I'm asking if we can take. I mean, obviously the lease would run next year. It would be $14,025.36 in the next fiscal year.
And 2 F-150 trucks.
Awesome.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, we're down to consider approval of project ordinance Mingo Interceptor and sewer improvement.
This
Angie.
is just putting it in the project fund. We got, the 2 grants, the EDA at 3.2, then the USDA in 988,000, and then we did the USDA loan. I think it was last meeting, the guy was here and it gave him the okay to go ahead and do that, and that's, 2.1. So this is just, we just need to have approval to put this into.
I make a motion that we approve it.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Budget.
So financials, at the end of May, the town stands at 91.30% revenues and 99.78 in expenses.
Y'all gonna be able to come up with $820,000 between now and yesterday?
Keep in mind the budget amendment is not in these financials, because the budget amendment doesn't take place till June, so you don't see that in there.
So there'll be another budget adjustment.
No. What I'm saying is the budget adjustment that you did in June is not reflected in these reports that you have because they're for May. So they are date related. Yeah.
But it's 820 short, and I said in 1 month, can we make up $820,000, or are we gonna lose money?
General fund ended up shaking out great, or was good. Water and sewer, we need to, with this Mingo project fund, we can move some stuff out for the Mingo that we had already paid for in the operating budget and move it into the project fund. So that will help Fund 30. Fund 31 was fine.
Just make sure we don't lose money on water and sewer.
Yeah.
because you know that would be 3 out of 4, and that's what you call a death sentence.
We were positive last year.
Well, no,
I make a
3 out of
motion
4.
that we approve.
You think we're gonna lose money?
I think you're going to be very, very balanced if you don't lose a little bit. Fund 30 there was a lot of money expended out of the operating budget in 30 this past year. A lot of engineering stuff that was done. So I'm I'm hoping we can move some of it out into the projects that have been recently approved.
All right, I have a motion on the floor to approve.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion on the budget.
She's already made it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Town managers report.
I don't have a lot. I just wanted to mention Sundown in Downtown, Friday Night Hoops is this Friday, and then National Night Out is August the 2nd. Keep in mind for all the viewers, the summer reading program every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, the library and Parks and Rec on Friday. And then for the commissioners, you see this, I put this on your desk. It is the opioid task force. It's a meeting that I attend. I think Greg has attended a couple times, but they're asking for some public input. So I've left it on your desk. Love for you guys to come. If you have any questions, reach out to me and we can talk about it.
Did you get a copy, Greg? Town attorney.
Very briefly, I just want to let everybody know, not for sure on this yet. I need to go back and verify. I didn't have time today. But from what I've been seeing on some listservs and hearing people talk about, the governor's probably going to lift the state of emergency order, probably effective sometime in August. State of emergency order, by the way, is still related back to COVID. It goes all the way back to 2020. So I guess that's some good news, but it's concerning news. I'm looking right at the one that probably affects the most. That significantly jeopardizes and complicates your ability to conduct these hybrid computer meetings.
You can't vote unless there's a state of emergency.
Right. Now,
I think that we could put together an ordinance that would give me the ability to vote.
We can talk more about it if you want me to look into it closer to August to sit there, and I know at least one of you do. So, the assurance is not quite as strong for, I think that's the consensus of most of your local municipal attorneys, as to the legality of doing that if you don't have that state of emergency at the state level. That's sort of the quickest. That's late, and I'm not gonna get into it. We'll talk about it later, but
Okay.
just letting you know, if we're gonna do we gotta do something.
We can be first.
Yeah, but I heard you were gonna.
Gets first gets, you know how that goes. You don't listen, we'll be first.
They had a bill that they're gonna introduce to allow meetings using the computer. Make it legal.
I can see that.
Huh?
I can see that. They should. I mean, it worked. It worked for 2 years, so.
Yeah, when is this gonna be legal?
Yeah, but then nobody.
What I've been hearing since August. In August or September, something like that. We got a little time.
Board of Commissioners, William.
I don't have anything. Keep doing what you're doing, and thanks for everything. Good job with the sing and all the bicycle with the 4 Oaks 4th of July went off great. So thanks all to the town staff for all you did. That's all I've got.
Will.
Thanks to the town staff. I know some of you realize it, but Kim and Angie went on a call 5:30 the other morning. They were down here working. They're putting a lot of things together and keeping us out of a lot of hot water, and I appreciate it because every time I ask you about it, you get back in touch with me and say, yes, we're covered on that, and we're not going to get fined on this. And I appreciate both of y'all and the rest of your staff up there doing a great job.
Thank you.
Maggie.
To the chief, when you get an opportunity, if you would, right there at the corner coming out by the subway station here in Benson, there is you cannot see trying to cross over to go to, to get to the stoplight past McDonald's, not McDonald's. Go past Wendy's, go First Street
We're
over,
having Wendy's.
or whatever it is. It's 11 o'clock at night, I'm functioning.
Yeah.
Okay, right there at the Subway, that side street that runs down beside Subway, there is a bush that sits right in the middle, and you cannot see what's coming from the place right in front of
Burger King.
Thank
Yeah.
you, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Burger King right there.
I know the bush.
You know?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you check on that, please?
Federal Street.
Also, right there on Thursdays, that traffic right here on that road with those people getting food, it's a problem too. You cannot see.
Yeah, you can't see.
You can't.
You cannot.
You have to get out on the road.
You do. And the next thing I need to bring up, I don't know where this falls in, but I want us to look at a day called the Louisville Wood Day. I don't know what we have to do to get that going, but I want that. Can you make that happen?
It's well said.
All right.
We'll think about it.
All right, that's me.
Tim, I want to ask a question. With activities coming up, let's see, August the 2nd, National Night Out, is that sponsored through Parks and Rec?
It's
or
the
is
police
that-
department.
That's the police department. So that's their all activities for family, kids and all.
Yep. Nikki heads it up, our cops officer.
I see that popular on Facebook. I think it's popular for a lot of towns.
Dean?
Thank you, all town staff for what you do. Got a lot of compliments on the fireworks. I don't know if anything changed this year.
We did. It was we paid a little bit more for what we had. I think they had bigger shells than what we typically had in the past.
People were talking about they want a lot of pause.
Yeah.
The fireworks also. Everybody heard a lot of comments of the best fireworks.
They were
show
awesome.
That, that Benson has done. Not only I've had some people ask me why did y'all do it on a Saturday.
Because we couldn't get a company to do it on the 4th. Everybody was booked up. Yeah. Yeah. So we had to use a new one, and the new one could only do it on that Saturday.
So this was also a new company doing it too.
Yeah. New company, bigger shells.
Gotcha.
Yep. And that's
So
why
do we
had
need to
do
go
it on
ahead and
Saturday.
book for
Well,
next year?
Matt, we talked about it in the staff meeting. It's a discussion that we probably need to have because we had a huge crowd on that Saturday.
Yeah.
Because it was a Saturday and not during the week. So I think Parks and Rec kind of like the idea of maybe having it on a Saturday. So it might need to be a
Complaints
discussion.
I got is that it was not on the 4th.
Not on the 4th, yeah.
Yeah. So, and it threw some people off.
Yeah, we typically do have it on the 4th. Y'all remember I announced it as soon as we found out, that we were going to have to move it.
That's what I'm saying. If we're gonna have it on the 4th next, do we need to go ahead and contact this company and go ahead and?
Yeah.
Well, they would do that, but they sold that company and they didn't honor any of it. They'd already made the.
Right, yeah, I understand that.
and
But I'm talking about for next year, do we need to go ahead and book it because they're booking up so fast?
Yeah.
Well, I get that the guy that we got, they were good. Didn't take them no time to set up.
Yeah, they were, Tim Messer was sweating it. He thought they were going to not be there on time, and they showed up and pulled in and set up. And I mean, it was, what time did they get there, Alan? Yeah. But they passed.
I got somebody waiting on me for a phone call since 9:30, so I'm gonna blast off. I know we're getting ready to get, but I gotta go. Thanks, Joe.
All right, thanks for everybody's patience. We don't want to do that many times.
You got anything, Mayor? You got anything?
I entertain a motion to adjourn. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.